able to
Hi there, today
find something so wild.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. My name is Jim Kigney, and I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, the fabulous Tracy Schuchart. Tracy, good morning.
Good morning, all.
And we're also joined by Macro Strategist Extraordinaire Craig Shapiro. Craig, good morning. How are you?
All right, Jim. Good morning.
All right, well, a little bit of a slower start this morning, but there's probably still a lot of stuff to talk about. Shai, let's start with the news.
All right, so the big news this morning is Alphabet rally threatens the world's most valuable stock standings. And so Alphabet is poised model, and it got rave reviews. And it is now seen as a contender against the ChatGPT OpenAI, which uses the NVIDIA chips. They use their own chips called TPUs instead of GPUs. And so that's the big news. There might be a biggest shakeup we'll see in the AI world. Still a very small group of companies. Moving on, we have Treasury slip on risk that U.S. data will show a return of inflation. Now, we do have PPI this morning, and consensus is that it's going to come in a bit hotter than expected at 0.3%. Prior was minus 0.1%. So we'll see what the numbers come out as. Of course, people are highly watching this because this is inflation data, and we haven't gotten inflation data for a while because of the government shutdown. That said, I just want to remind everybody that PCE and core PCE, the Fed's preferred metric for inflation, was scheduled to be released tomorrow, but that has been moved to December 5th for whatever reason. So we won't get that information tomorrow. PPI is going to be very important today, and that will come out at 8:30. And moving on, Trump signs Genesis mission order to boost innovation with AI. So yesterday, President Trump signed an executive order establishing Genesis mission, and this is a federal effort to boost innovation using artificial intelligence. And what this does is it aims to better coordinate research done by agencies across the government, more effectively integrate AI tools to achieve more scientific breakthroughs. The mission will harness the computing resources of the DOE's national labs to tap federal data sets and enable more experiments utilizing AI. And so now they're going to have partnerships with private sector companies, including, of course, NVIDIA, Dell, HPE, and Advanced Micro Devices to boost supercomputing in all of these resource labs. And they hope this is going to accelerate scientific discoveries in materials engineering, health sciences, and energy. So we'll see. This is the big talk in kind of the tech world, because this is the private sector is going to finally kind of get a hold of data, the secret government data, and all of the things that they've been experimenting with. And so it's big news in the tech world, and we'll see what becomes of that. We have also options market signals, growing anxiety after weeks of wild swings. So traders are still growing, increasingly worried that this year's stock market rally may be all but over, even though we had the biggest gains in the Nasdaq yesterday than we've had in a while. But you see the cost of options in Invesco's QQQ shares are hovering near the highest level since August of 2024. Same for the Spider S&P 500 ETF. And so volatility risk premiums remain relatively high, with the 6-month VIX rarely being at a larger premium to realized 6-month S&P volatility. So options pricing, both calls and puts, are extremely expensive right now. So traders are looking to hedge themselves and or lock in some of the gains they've made in the tech sector this year. And then before we move on, I just wanted to go over the data really quickly today, because we do finally have a lot of data today. At 8:30, we have the Philadelphia Fed non-manufacturing activity. We have retail sales, which is going to be very important. And of course, that all-important PPI, final demand. And at 9, we have housing price index, and the S&P totality, CS20 city, is also anher inflation metric, not one that many watch, but it is another inflation metric. At 10, we have business inventories, Richmond Fed Manufacturing Conference Board consumer confidence, and pending home sales. Out of all of those, consumer confidence likely to be the most important and possible market moving. And then at 10:30, we have Dallas Fed services activity. So a lot on the plate. 8:30 and 10, likely market moving data.
All right, thank you, Shai. So, I mean, let's just get into it. I mean, right now, overnight, the stock index futures are like not moving, right? It's unchanged pretty much across the board. Is this anticipation of this data dump we're going to get today, or is it okay? We're getting into Thanksgiving weekend. Craig, what do you think?
I mean, yesterday was a pretty big day in the market, so I think we're just seeing a bit of digestion here and just some calm before. Look, we'll get some data today. We'll get some data tomorrow. Actually, we'll also get at 8:15. We'll get the ADP weekly jobs number
Maybe
two.
at
So
8:15.
or 8:18 or 8:22, whenever they decide to press send on the release. But look, I think what we saw yesterday was a pretty sizable volatility smash, right? Tracy talked about just the cost of options and vol still being elevated, but yesterday was a pretty big down move in the VIX. And usually in these holiday shortened thin weeks, we typically get some vol selling, and so I'd imagine we're going to see more of that as we kind of push through the week. But the data will be important, even though it's September data. The economy, remains in a precarious place away from the AI capex story, and we've had such limited data from the governments. I think it'll be important to know kind of what the pace of retail sales looked like in September, and how we can understand from the retail sales. Retail earnings numbers, that the pace in October and November has started to slow more. But if that was confirmed in September too, I think we're going to keep kind of creeping those odds of a December rate cut back towards 100% again, right? We've been talking about the Fed tried to move the odds down, and the market is now taking the odds back up again. We're above 75% now for a December cut, and I think some more weak data out today and tomorrow is probably going to solidify that. The market is been feeling good about the idea that the Fed's going to be cutting in December, but we'll see what happens. And across the board, this Google news is important, right? Because Google, the story is shifting away from the NVIDIA GPU story. It's also shifting away from the OpenAI story, and more market cap going towards Google has some interesting implications for the rest of the AI universe. So Google making all-time highs again this morning, I think, is very important.
Yeah, it seems like Shai. It seems like Daly and Williams are giving Powell cover now to cut. I mean, with the comments that they recently made and kind of giving him a little bit of I don't know, protection or barrier or something like that. Am I reading that right?
So, yeah, I mean, we talked about yesterday, Williams is very important. He is part of that kind of core Fed power structure. He's, president of the New York Fed, which is the only regional bank that has a permanent vote on FOMC. And so Daly and Williams are kind of in that sphere of influence on Powell. So I think that's gotten markets a little bit excited, even though we have a lot of dissent from some of the other members.
Yeah. I mean, going back to the data dump, I mean, is this a bunch of band-aids and stitches on this thing, or do we expect at least the quality report?
Well, it is September data, so it should be. It should be define quality as far as the government's concerned, but it should be good data. Whereas the October numbers are a little bit iffy, and we've noticed that even with the BLS and inflation, they're not going to release the October numbers at all. We will get the December numbers. Or the November numbers, sorry, after the Fed meeting. So these numbers should be solid as far as as far as they can be.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough. Craig, you mentioned ADP. Is this weekly report going to start gaining more and more focus now that the regular data is back, or is this just another minor data point that some folks would say is going to disappear off our radar screen?
Look, I think if we get the ADP data weekly, and then we get a monthly payroll print that shows some correlation to what ADP has been saying on a weekly basis, then yeah, I think this number will become more closely followed and watched. It's the best real time data point that we're getting now in the labor market, but we'll start to now get unemployment claims, more regularly too. So we'll get a good read here. But clearly the Fed is looking at the slowdown in the labor market and is becoming increasingly concerned about the pace of deterioration. The issue for the Fed is that you get this weekly labor data, but you don't really get a lot of weekly inflation data, right? All the inflation data is lagged. There's a lot less collection of inflation data on a consistent basis. Even the monthly CPI numbers, I think up to 40% of the data that is collected is just imputed prices now. So there's a lot of crap in the data on the inflation side, and that has the hawks on the Fed a bit more concerned that inflation is not really showing any real momentum towards returning to 2%, and so that's what has those hawks, concerned about this rate cut in December and certainly for next year. I think we're going to see a dot plot that from them that doesn't really show a continuation of cutting because they just are kind of flying blind here on the inflation data. So, yeah, the labor data, we get a lot of it, but inflation data, we're just getting a lot less of it.
Yeah, makes sense. Good morning, chat. Good morning, viewers. Appreciate everybody being here on this holiday week. I do want to mention that gold now is firmly trading in the February contract, so that's where the volume is right now. So focus on the February gold contract instead of the December contract. We're pretty much there right now. The other metals markets, copper is in March, silver is in March. Platinum is still in January. Palladium is in March also. The other role is the interest rate products. So the Treasury bonds, Treasury notes, those are now trading in March right now. And actually, the 30-year bond's kind of getting a little bit of a bid again, getting back to that top of that consolidation zone we talked about. So back to you, Shai. What are you thinking about the interest rate products, the interest rate longer end of the curve? Kind of hitting a bid right now based on anticipation of what's going to happen in December.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting. We're kind of seeing a shift where we saw the the lower end, was very much bid. Now we're seeing the longer end more bid than the shorter end, which is a very interesting dynamic. I would love to get Craig's thoughts on that.
Yeah, look, I think the bond market is becoming more concerned about the economy, right? I mean, they have comments out from Scott Bessent this morning just talking about the slowdown in the fourth quarter, largely, in his mind, blamed on the government shutdown. But we've seen, this administration talking down the economy away from AI capex, right? I think Bessent mentioned that most of many interest rate sensitive sectors are actually in a recession, and so I think the bond market is picking up on some of that dynamic that's developing here. Even though the administration kind of broadly talks up a great economy, it's really this bifurcated economy we've been talking about for quite some time, where the AI capex story remains strong. The upper part of the K-shaped economy that is driven by wealth effect gains in the stock market continues to consume and keep up retail sales, but the lower part of the K is really struggling. And so I think the bond market is reflecting that reality here. And looked on with respect to issuance too, the deficits have come in a bit versus expectations. Let's say a year ago, the tariff revenues have helped on that front. So as long as tariff revenues are coming in, the bond market I think feels a little bit more comfortable that the pace of deficit growth is subsiding. Now we could get a Supreme Court ruling maybe next week or the week after, or sometime in December, which throws a little bit of caution on that if the tariffs are deemed unconstitutional. But I think that's what the bond market is reflecting right now, is some concerns about growth. Seeing that inflation is probably starting to move lower, and so I think that there's that risk there as we head into 2026 that the pace of economic activity is just kind of blah, away from the AI story.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too long ago, maybe it was long ago, I don't know, a couple of years ago, all we talked about was GDP now, recession, when is it going to happen? That conversation kind of went away this year. Is it starting to creep back in though? I appreciate both your opinions on that, Craig. We could start with you.
Yeah, look, I think these, the forecast, this Atlanta Fed GDP is showing 4% for the third quarter, and again, I think it's this idea that the strong parts of the economy are doing very well, and the weaker parts are doing pretty poorly. And so, look, as we transition into next year, I mean, we're seeing the housing market has been stalling, slowing. Delinquencies for credit cards are rising, student loans rising, autos are rising. So I think this dichotomy of the good parts of the economy still being fine, the poor parts, probably getting worse, and hope that there's relief coming with the one big beautiful bill should see some tax cuts and rebates come back to consumers early in the year. Maybe that'll provide a little bit of a lift, but it's not really clear how we're going to see economic momentum really start to accelerate away from the AI story for 2026.
Shai, what are you thinking about recession GDP?
So, I think there are some signs that are kind of flashing a warning where we're starting to see delinquencies hit prime accounts a little bit more so than we have seen in the past, and that's a little bit worrisome. I mean, we should keep an eye on that. I mean, obviously, the upper end of the K is still doing extremely well, but if we start to see delinquencies really filter in, particularly credit cards and other loans, filter into that prime category, the prime lender category, then we're definitely would be seeing some significant slowdown in the economy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the U.S. dollar right now, actually, and it's a little bit red across the board, with the exception of the Swissy and the Canadian dollar. But yen is down, or I would say that the yen U.S. cross is up. At the CME, euro is up as well, about 0.24%. Craig, what's this? Let's talk about both these currency pairs.
Yeah, the dollar has been, really, if I looked in the chart here, I mean, DXY has kind of done almost nothing since April, right? Since the kind of post-Liberation Day sell-off, which has really been, range-bound DXY between, I don't know, 96.5 and 100. It's just kind of been choppy. I mean, it's been trying to make a move. It's been building some value here with some strength, particularly against the yen. We've been talking about that over the course of the last few weeks, just given the change in leadership in Japan and the stimulus spending that they're trying to, enact there. But a little bit of a check back, today. Yen's a bit stronger. Same with the euro. Growth is sluggish. Inflation's been sluggish. The ECB had been more aggressive cutting rates. So the euro's been weakening against the dollar. But again, today, a little bit of a check back on some of the maybe Russia-Ukraine peace talk hopes. But look, the dollar is kind of stuck here because the U.S. economy is, again, on one hand, the non-AI capex parts of the economy are slowing, but the AI stuff is great. So it just kind of seems like a range boundy type trade. We're not really seeing the breakaway momentum here of a dollar strength story that is typically something that concerns risk asset investors. And so until that happens, this range bound stuff and volatility coming down in the FX markets, here seasonally. Not really much going on.
And we also know that the administration wants a weaker dollar. That helps with the tariff situation. And so, technically speaking, looking at the DXY chart, every time we kind of get a bit over 100, it gets slammed down again. We're sitting right on the 200-day right now. So it'll be interesting to me today on a technical basis to see whether we close above or below.
Yeah, and Shai, for the folks that are new here, kind of explain a little bit that relationship between tariff revenues and the strength of the U.S. dollar.
Yeah, and so the theory is that if you have a stronger dollar, that is going to make tariffs worse on the American side of things, the American people and the businesses that are forced to pay those tariffs, because it's not that, say, Europe is we're tariffing Europe, that still gets passed on to whoever the importer is, and then down to the consumer. And so if you have a weaker dollar, those tariffs aren't as high.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just wondering if I'm going to get my $2,000 rebate check. I don't know if you guys got yours yet.
Apparently they're coming. Apparently, you won't see those until closer to midterms, if they happen at all.
Seems like while we were chatting here, this ADP number did come out for the week for the 4 weeks ended November 8th. So that's the most recent data point. Private employers shed an average of 13,500 jobs per week. So that's a low, right? That's the low that we've had for this series, kind of dating back to when they started reporting it at the end of August. And so it looks like the prospects for the November payroll report, which will come out after the Fed meeting in December, will probably show another negative month of payrolls, and that this is just private sector. We know the government has been laying people off, and with the shutdown and everything. So the labor market is sluggish. This is what the Fed, this is what the doves in the Fed are increasingly concerned about. This is what Williams was talking about. This is what Daly's been talking about, and this data out this morning kind of confirms some of that fear is kind of here and now.
And I just want to add on to that, when we get this November number, what's going to be, they're skipping October, which is, when all the people that were part of the Doge cuts, they got a severance package for 8 months that ended on September 30th. So they would, technically be filing unemployment and they would come off the payrolls. But we won't see that for November, but it will add to the unemployment number because those people are now unemployed unless they found, a job within, a month.
Did Doge do anything out of curiosity while it was existing?
I mean, there's a Doge tracker online that says that they've helped save the government, I think a couple $100 billion over the, or something like along those lines over the course of the next 10 years, finding some things on the margin. But, clearly a lot of bluster there. They were really unable to make material changes in, the trajectory of government spending. But it was fun while it lasted, I guess. And it had a fun name. Had a fun name also.
Right.
Oh my God. So even the S&Ps trying to catch a little bit, driving toward, we had last candle, we had a little bit of a peak wick at the top. Now we're at 67.26 half. So, it didn't dislike the number we have, but I think in 5 minutes we're going to have some breaking news and that might change the narrative completely.
Yeah, you can see the VIX here also kind of was flirting with the 20 level on December contract and kind of, at post that number now was kind of moved through there, traded 1985 last. So again, some of that VIX selling, some of that just kind of moving through the week and, no hiccups expected, volatility selling kind of begets more index levitation. And I think we're going to see that dynamic. And typically, again, in these holiday weeks, we often see the VIX just get smoked unless there's some exogenous data point that comes out. And so I would imagine we're going to continue to see some VIX selling as we push through this week into Thanksgiving, and then typically on the week after after holidays we typically get another recovery in volatility. So as people kind of look to re-hedge positions coming after the holiday.
And I just wanted to talk about oil really quickly because if anybody is trading it that is watching this morning, we did have a spike down in oil this morning on reports that Ukraine had agreed to terms of the U.S. trade peace deal that said it has regained some of that after the Russian side said that they are not going to agree to the deal. So that was the major move in oil this morning if you are trading oil.
Yeah, I just pulled up a January chart real quick, and you could see that big red candle. That's a pretty big red candle, by the way. I mean,
It was a big.
Yeah, that candle opened up at 58.59. We spiked all the way down in the 57 handle here. We got a little bit of a pullback up. We're maybe at the midpoint of that big red candle. I'm looking at a 30-minute candle right now, you guys. But we're still below that VWAP. So this is interesting as a double distribution kind of forms in the crude oil market. There's going to be some trading volatility and opportunities today, I believe, in this market for probably all week. I don't know. I guess I'd ask you, Shai, like this week in particular, Monday through that weird half a day on Friday, equities tend to have a bias toward the upside. If you look at a longer term period. Is there any kind of similar correlation with the energies and crude oil?
Crude oil tends to be very volatile that week just because the volume is so low and you have a bunch of algos pushing it around. That said, if you're watching the DOM, you can see the algos, you can see where they're pushing it. So it does make it a little bit more tradable market if you're more of a scalper because you can see those orders better.
Yeah, that makes sense. We still have a couple of minutes left before breaking news, so let's shift to Craig. Gold. What's going on with gold futures?
Yeah, I think gold is reflecting this reality in the bond market a bit here too, right? With the data coming in a little bit softer, bonds have been a bit more constructive. Real rates been falling, which is typically good for the gold market. Yesterday I think gold benefited also from some of the geopolitical stuff that was going on. There was some talk about the U.S. and Venezuela. There's talk about China and Taiwan and Japan, and the Trump Xi call, being more about Taiwan than really about trade, and so trying to figure out exactly what's going on there. And I think gold's catching some bid on back of some of those geopolitical things. But look, I think with respect to an economy in the U.S. that is slowing on the labor market and a Fed that's more likely to react to it in December, I think is providing some relief again to the gold market.
That kind of looks like a cup and handle, which is a rather bullish pattern. Just saying.
That's a great observation. It does. It's kind of a weird looking cup, but you're right. It does kind of look like that. I just drew that kind of area resistance as a target up here. We saw that close back on November 12th, and that's in my mind, there's a little bit of resistance there, but it's a nice target too. It's above the 61.8% retracement as well, and a close above that could trigger some further upside. So I like that observation, Shai. We're trading 41.75 right now. The January contract has 104,000. Remember, there's still some stuff in the December contract, everybody. The micro gold is at a whopping 223 contracts. So that market is grown up and ready to trade. It's awesome, awesome market right there. Any other things going on in the metals market, you guys?
I guess copper's having a day today. I don't exactly know. Why it's up 2.5%. I mean, we've talked about copper, quite some time. It's story for next year, an AI capex story, but it needs to try to chop through the inventories that are fairly bloated near term, and so have to kind of be cognizant of those stories in these commodity markets where short-term inventory situations can often overwhelm some of the more macro or longer-term thematics on supply and demand, and so for copper. Need to get through a fair bit of this inventory in order to, move into this idea that copper is going to be, well bid for the next couple of years as we build out the electrical grid, which is going to be, a very big story.
Absolutely. And we had that huge UBS report yesterday where they lowered production and lowered deficits in the market for 2026 and 2027.
There we go. All right. Are we ready for news, Shai?
So we are ready for news in about 40 seconds.
40 seconds. All
Yeah,
right. I'll pull up the E-mini S&P.
retail sales and PPI. So, but September data.
But I think it will still matter because it's at least at PPI is concerned, it's a glimpse of inflation. For that matter, again, the survey is higher than the prior. So most analysts are expecting an uptick in PPI, and retail sales are expected to be lower. So we'll find out here in about 3 seconds.
Suspense is killing me.
So retail sales expected was 0.4%, came in at 0.2%, so lower than expected. PPI came in as expected, but higher than prior at 0.3%. Ex food and energy at 0.1%. And final demand year over year came in at 2.7%, higher than expected at 2.6%. So a little bit hotter than expected.
Well, we're still, tracking the E-mini S&P right now. We're still we're close to that previous session's highs right now. A little bit of a green candle, but not a lot, not a big push. So maybe it's like, oh, okay, that's old data.
Yeah, I think the retail sales number came in a little bit lighter than expected, and the core PPI month over month was 0.1% versus 0.2% expected, so maybe a little bit softer there. I mean, I think the reaction kind of makes sense. Bonds are bid, front end yields are moving lower, gold's moving higher, dollar weakening. and volatility being sold, so equities moving higher. I think that's kind of par for the course. I'm back at this data right now, and we'll transition to there's some more data out rest of the day tomorrow, and then Thanksgiving.
All right, all right. Well, awesome start for the day, guys. Thank you, Craig. And Shai, I will talk to you later on this morning.
All right.
All right, we have a real special morning gap guest this morning. Paul Woolman is with us. Paul is the global head of equity index products at the CME Group. We're talking about some different products today. Let's get Paul in here.
Hi, Jim. Thanks for having me.
Paul, thanks for being with us. Good to see you again. Appreciate you coming back to Ninja Trader Live. There's just so much exciting stuff going on at the CME Group. Appreciate you being able to cover some of that with us this morning.
Great. Thanks for inviting me. Good to be here.
So let's start with spot quoted futures. For everyday traders, what problem do spot quoted futures solve? Why should a retail trader care about these smaller, more precise futures contracts?
It's a great question. So we introduced spot quoted futures to the marketplace earlier this year. It's an exciting new design. We have it available across 6 different indices currently. So 4 equity indices: S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, Russell 2000, and the Dow, and also on 2 crypto indices, so Bitcoin and Ether. And later in December, we're going to add Solana and XRP. In terms of what spot quoted futures offer and how they're different to a regular future, really there's 3 key features. Firstly is the size of the contract. These are very small size contracts. So typically the notional of these contracts is between $1,000 and $7,000. If you think about what that means for a client, it makes it much more accessible in terms of being able to trade futures. You only need a few $100s in your wallet to be able to access futures through these products. So accessibility is much broader through these smaller size contracts. For example, if we take the NASDAQ 100 version of spot quoted futures, the notional is around $2,500 per contract. If we look at, say, micro E-mini futures, it's for a NASDAQ micro E-mini, it's closer to $50,000 per contract. And for regular E-minis, it's about $500,000 per contract. So at $2,500, much smaller size, much more accessible. I think that appeals to retail traders. The second aspect is you get to trade at the spot price. So when you're looking at your feeds through various media, CNBC, Yahoo Finance, whatever it may be, if you're looking at S&P 500 index, that's the price that you're going to be consummating a trade in spot quoted futures at, trading around the index price. And so I think it makes the pricing much more transparent. And the third feature really is it has a longer maturity date to it. So rather than having to roll on a monthly or quarterly basis, you get to roll less frequently or have to roll less frequently in order to maintain your position. And so that operational burden potentially of having to roll is minimized to some degree. And these 3 features are really what distinguishes spot quoted futures from our regular futures. So small size, the ability to trade at spot, and the fact that it's got a longer maturity, meaning you don't have to roll as often.
Well, that's good stuff. Go ahead.
If we look at how the product's done since we've launched the product, we're trading about 75,000 to 100,000 contracts per day. We recently had a record of around 300,000 contracts traded in a single day, and we're seeing more and more brokers add the product to their product set, which is available. And we'd encourage anybody interested in this product really to go and check out more on our website in terms of learning about spot quoted futures, and also to ask your broker for access, and hopefully they'll provide it.
That's awesome. I'll put some CME links into the chat after we're done. But let's move over to equal weight futures and sector futures. I mean, we all know that the S&P 500 is dominated by a few mega caps. How do equal weight and sector futures give traders a different way to express a view? And why might someone prefer these over just trading, say, the E-mini S&P or ETFs?
Sectors and equal weight have different risk profile to regular, the regular S&P 500 index. So if we think about sectors, in my former trading days, I love trading sectors. It's one of the products I traded the most. I think they give you a wide opportunity set in terms of the types of trades you can implement. So at CME, we have 19 sectors available. So there's just greater choice there. And in terms of how you might use a sector, there's a few different ways you can think about implementing sector trades. So one is you could go long a sector, so have a directional view. Of course, you can also go short as well. It's maybe easier to short through futures than potentially other products such as ETFs, where you need to ensure you've got a borrow in place. So that directional view is available. But sectors are also used a lot in what we call relative value trades. So trading one sector against another, or you can even trade a sector against a broad main index, or trade a sector against a single stock. And that variety of different strategies that you can employ really gives a lot of opportunity to anyone who's looking to trade markets and seek opportunities. So more sort of specific and precise risk in terms of the sector exposure you want to get to. And also finally, you can use sectors to potentially hedge a broader portfolio. So if you've got a broad portfolio on and you want to actually hedge some sector specific risk out, you can use the sector futures for that. Similarly, if you're underweight a sector in your portfolio, you want to top up, you can just add that sector future and get more exposure to that particular sector. So a very useful tool for traders in terms of being able to trade different types of risks and get different types of exposures on inside their portfolios. If we move on to equal weight, and we think about what equal weight really is, it's doing what it says on the tin. It's allocating an equal weight to all 500 constituents within the S&P 500 index. And that's very different to the regular S&P 500 in terms of its risk profile, where that's market cap weighted. So the mega caps, which you were speaking about earlier, have a much higher weight and it affect the price performance of that index much more. In equal weight, you're really diversifying your exposure. And so, as we've seen in the last few weeks, if we think that the mega caps have started to wane a little bit in their leadership and their performance, we've started to see equal weight outperform the regular S&P 500 index over the last few weeks. Up until October this year, or towards the end of October this year, it very much been S&P 500 outperforming the S&P 500 equal weight. What we've seen in the last few weeks is mean reversion and the equal weight version outperforming the normal market cap version. So it really depends on your view of whether you think these mega caps are going to continue to be the leadership for the marketplace or not. If you don't, then likelihood is diversifying using either sectors or S&P 500 equal weight futures can make a lot of sense.
Totally makes sense. That's great. Let's pivot to equity options. I mean, options on futures they're exploding in popularity. For retail traders who mostly trade equity options, what's the biggest advantage they get by switching to index options on futures?
So, as you say, we've seen great growth in equity options on futures at CME. We have them available on S&P 500, NASDAQ, Russell, and the Dow. And there are options listed every day of the week in terms of weekly options, which means there's 0 DTEs or 0 days to expiry options available at CME. In terms of one of the biggest catalysts of why clients like trading options on futures at CME is the fact that we have liquidity around the clock. What I mean by that is we have liquidity in non-US hours as well as during US hours. And that's very important. Why is it important? Because if we think about news flow, a lot of news flow is occurring outside traditional US hours. So if we think about earnings, thinking about economic numbers, think about whether it's US administration with tariff news or other things, or could be conflict news. All of these types of news flow often occur outside traditional US hours. And for traders, I think you want to be able to react real time to manage your risk, or if there's advantages, opportunities to take advantage of, be in a position to execute on those and not have to wait hours till the US market opens. And so having that liquidity around the clock in terms of options on futures in our equity markets is really important and something that traders find very useful.
Awesome. So let me ask you this. If you're a newer futures trader, how should you think about when to use the E-mini S&P, when to use spot quoted futures, or when to use sector futures? When it might be actually when it's a better play.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think if you're really truly new to futures, starting with some of the smaller size contracts might make the most sense. So thinking about employing spot quoted futures or our micro E-mini futures, which are very popular. And then once you're comfortable with those, it's branching out to other risks. So that could be using the E-mini contracts on the regular index, or as we discussed, trying to explore all the advantages, having a broader toolkit of using sectors or equal weight to get different kinds of exposures and different kinds of risks. And really, it depends on your view. If we think about it, the last couple of years have really been dominated in terms of performance or outperformance by these mega cap names. And if that mega cap names start to lose that performance or leadership ability overall, I think some of these other products become very interesting in terms of trying to rotate out of what's traditionally worked over the last 1 to 2 years and be in some of these either sector products or more diversified exposures such as S&P 500 equal weight.
Yeah. So Paul, if you had to give retail traders one simple reason to explore these new CME products, SQFs, equal weight, sector futures, or index options, what would it be?
I think it's really the flexibility and choice. Having more choice in terms of the way you can access future products is great. I think having this smaller size in terms of what spot quoted futures allow you to access, kind of democratizing access to a degree in terms of the futures product itself. All of that is, I think, very valuable to the retail community. And as clients can see the sort of opportunity set diversified by moving into these risks, whereby even in relatively flat markets, what we see is, say, on sectors, is there's rotation underneath a flat index market, whereby there's still winners and losers there. And so once clients explore sectors, there's a lot of different trades that they can implement, whether it be these relative value or directional trades. And so I think there's a lot there for retail to explore, and we've seen that growth. We're trading record amounts of sector futures this year, same in equal weight futures, and I think we'll continue to see that. And then finally is clients, as you said up front, have become much more comfortable with option trading. And so those clients who are becoming more comfortable with option trading and more sophisticated in their knowledge can start to employ options as well as part of their strategies.
Yeah, very good, very good. Let me ask you about the NASDAQ 100. I mean, following the major tech earnings release last week, we observed a notable increase in the NASDAQ 100 futures volume. Walk us through your assessment on how the market's positioning and overall risk appetite has changed, and why more traders turn to the E-mini NASDAQ 100 to manage risk.
Again, a great question. So if we think about NASDAQ 100 as an index, it's become much more important over the last few years. We've seen the growth of these mega cap names and new economy stocks and technology names. If we think about the construction of NASDAQ 100, it's a market cap weighted index. So that means the mega cap names, in terms of their relative weight inside the index, has grown. That means that the correlation between mega cap tech names and NASDAQ 100 has increased. And generally, it's a good barometer to manage risk. The other thing about NASDAQ 100 futures is they're extremely liquid. So if you want to move in and out and manage your risk around earnings news, it's a great vehicle to do that, especially as the US stock market might be closed on individual names. So if we think about in the 1 hour window prior to sort of mega cap tech names releasing their earnings after the markets close, what we tend to see is elevated volumes in NASDAQ 100 futures, 50 to 100% greater on those earnings days than on, say, the average day where there isn't earnings. And so you can actively see through the numbers that clients are using NASDAQ 100 futures to manage their risk going into earnings and post the earnings release. So very popular tool, very liquid. And as we mentioned at the top, there are 3 different NASDAQ contracts to trade. You've got the spot quoted one, you've got micro E-minis, you've got regular E-minis, plus you've got options. So there's lots of tools there in terms of how you can access NASDAQ 100 at CME Group in order to help manage some of that risk around earnings news.
Awesome. Yeah, this is some great information, Paul. Really appreciate your time today talking about these products. The Ninja Trader community loves CME Group markets. We trade them all day long. So keep it rolling. Thanks for being with us, and we look forward to talking to you again.
Will do. Thanks very much for having me. Thank you. Bye.
All right. That was awesome. Paul is the head of global equities for the CME Group. So impressive fella. It is this time, though. It is time to pivot over to Tape Talk with T-Trades.
How's it going?
Good, man. How you doing?
Not too bad. Got a little migraine going on, but besides that, doing all right.
Oh, well, you need to take like something for that, I think.
Yeah, I got some water and stuff, but yeah, not nothing too interesting across the markets I
Yep.
generally look at, but
Yeah, T, real quick though, before we get started here, this segment is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk does meet opportunity.
sweet. Yeah, so I mean, if we want to share my screen, I can kind of go through what I'm looking at. Nothing
do it.
too interesting, like I said, but like always, I'll start on the daily chart, and I'd say the most interesting thing we can cover each week currently is just going back to talk about Bitcoin here, because you know how we've been talking about that the past few weeks, and this move lower. If we are going to get some bullish structure, I was expecting it off this protected low here, and then an aggressive move out of this low. We kind of lack that aggressive move, and we are getting caught in this imbalance here. So I'd like to see this continue lower into the end of the month. And then once we close this month, that's when I will be, kind of seeing if we're going to get a continuation lower in December or if we're going to form a low and trade higher in December. But if we fail this area here, I am looking towards that 70K mark. So if we go to the micros, that's around that 80K on micros.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of looking at my chart. We have April lows around, 77,500, give or take, in that ballpark right there. That would be kind of like a double bottom test on the calendar year. So you think we could perhaps break below that?
Yeah, so the way with my analysis is if we're going to form a low, so if we're going to come down here, form a low to go higher, so essentially a higher low relative to this one, then we're going to do that in this area and we're not really going to come back below here. But if we fail to form a bullish reaction out of this and we start to trade lower, then I look to see this low get hit as it's going to fail. That's how I think about it. So if we don't form a low here and we start to trade lower, then I'm looking towards this area.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, and there's a lot of analysis to suggest that when you have these historic drives to higher Bitcoin prices, then these really, really big pullbacks, and we're talking 35%, give or take, that then we go into a prolonged period of sideways action. How do you project that possibility?
Yeah, that's definitely possible. I kind of don't really predict it. I just more so react to that. And that would be if we just form a range here and then we can't get out of that range, then I'm just focused on the high and the low in the range. So if for some reason we do something like this, well, then I'm just focused on the high and the low of the range. And then I look to see the reaction out of there if we're going to trade lower or trade higher. It's just more of a range trade at that point once we consolidate.
Makes sense. Thanks.
So yeah, that's kind of it for Bitcoin. More so, I'm still bearish until December. Once December hits, then I'll be watching the reaction off of most likely this previous month's lower right around there. But we'll go into oil because I know Deli was talking about this. So I was looking for longs, but we just never got that reaction in this green box essentially. So that's showing that 50% of this monthly wick is failing, and normally when that fails, the swing point fails. So I'm just looking for oil to trade lower into this previous month's low. Essentially, it's just more of a consolidation. So I'm staying away from it mostly unless there's a clean directional move on one day.
So yeah, I mean, we had those lows, you said previous month, so October
Hmm.
20th in that area there. And
Yeah.
it just seems like every time we dip below that 57 handle, then buyers just keep pushing us back up. We get a lot of wicks here at the bottom. You can see it on your chart there.
Yeah.
And just just rejecting any lower movement on that.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. And, I was looking, if you go back through each week we talked about it, I was looking for a price to form a low in here and then trade higher. It just fails to get that reaction. And so it's just trending lower right now,
Yeah.
making lower lows, lower highs. So
Yeah.
not
And I
a
do
not a
want to
clean
point
trend
out
though.
we are in the January contract. I mentioned it earlier, but I wanted to point it out again.
Yeah, gotcha. So that's oil. We'll talk about some metals here. So silver and gold, bullish right now for me, just because we have taken out this low here on silver, and I'm looking for us to trade into these highs, at least this high, and then this high as well. The only reason I'm less confident on it is gold is already over that high, so I just need gold to kind of start to break out here for silver to follow along. But I would like to see, silver just get a continuation higher today into this high, and then, like I said, I would like to see it into this high as well for silver. So bullish on silver metals.
So going back to gold for a second,
Hmm.
I see a little bit of resistance around 42.15-ish, which kind of makes that my target on the upside.
Hmm.
There's like a fib number there at
Yeah.
61.8%, and we have some peak highs here we saw a week or two ago.
Yeah, I like that just because we have these two highs here, and then we have essentially a V-shaped reversal. So sometimes price will come in, and that's why it's marked out here. Take out that target and then can reverse. So I do like that target around the 15 mark.
Yeah. What's leading here, gold or silver?
Gold's leading right now, and the way I approach looking at that is just our structure. So if you take a look at this high right here on the 19th, right, we take a look at it, gold's above it currently, and that's the high I was saying that silver hasn't taken out, right? So the way I approach this is if gold reverses off of this high, then we could see lower and silver won't hit it. But if gold pushes through this high, which it currently looks like it is doing, then we can see silver run for that high as kind of the lagging market.
Yeah, it almost seems like gold is tracking, CME Group Fed Watch tool pretty good. I mean, we're at
Hmm.
82% of a Fed cut right now, and it seems to like that possibility.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. So that's kind of it for there. We'll talk about indices because I see the chat talking about that. I'm not a huge fan of indices today, just because there's no real low I can trust on the day. I don't really consider this London low something that I would want to trade away from. So I am bullish into previous day high, and for YM to go reach up for these highs, I would just need to let open, uh, print and then sort itself out, and then probably be looking post open because this is not something that I would just trust open to trade higher. I would just let it sort itself out because I'm not confident in that opening print.
Yeah, I mean, on the even the S&P, I'm kind of looking at, if we do get a breakout to the upside, I don't know, for whatever reason, we have that call resistance level at 67.50, and my spider sense today is it's going to be hard to get there, even though we're trading above that session VWAP right now, but we're still kind of pretty tight range so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had two pretty decent sized days previous, so we can set up some consolidation. But for the way I'm looking at it, if we're just holding this pretty tight range, I'm expecting at least a decent sized daily range. So I think we could reach for that area today, post open. So it's
Yeah.
just the structure is not super nice for me in here. I'm not a huge fan of it. So YM is the strongest asset, so I would most likely be watching for NQ to do something like take out this low. And then if we can form a reversal there, YM trading up into these highs. So
Got it. Do you track Russell at all or no?
I was looking at it because it's just the strongest asset right now.
Yeah.
But no, I don't really look at it too much. I'll glance at it if it has a nice daily setup for me. But yeah, it is the strongest asset currently, and it looks to be breaking out over these highs. So, probably reaching back up towards its monthly open if it can get there. There's not very many days left here in November, but it's definitely possible in terms of the weekly range for it to reach up towards that monthly open.
Gee, are we going to have a Santa Claus rally this year?
I have no idea. Maybe I'll go to the snow and see what happens.
Maybe at least the Black Friday rally. I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Uh, could we take a look at the Euro FX
Yeah.
currency?
So we talked about this last week where dollar was forming a low in here. So that would be bullish for the dollar and bearish for foreign currencies. And you can see dollar went and took out this high right here. And so we get a little consolidation. I want to see a retracement back into this range. And then this is kind of a spot where we're either going to form a new higher low and make a new higher high. So we're going to continue this uptrend, or we're going to kind of consolidate or fall lower. So I'm not super confident in the price action here. I'd more be interested in how today prints and then trading off that tomorrow. But if we do remain bearish on dollar, that would be bullish on foreign currencies. And euro is currently the strongest, or the pound is, my bad. Pound is currently the strongest here. So pound does have some nice targets right up here. So if we do remain bearish on dollar, I'd be looking for pound to trade into these highs over here around, someone asked me to say the numbers now, 1.3216 on 6p.
Yeah, I mean your lows there look pretty solid.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent low. Just because we ran out this low next to it, we have a nice sweep, and then this is pretty aggressive back in. That looks a lot better than something like this. I don't really like trading away from this. We talked about the breakout last week to the downside here on pound, which did occur, but I would like to see this form reach up into there. Another thing we can talk about here is dollar took out this high and euro didn't take out this low. So that's just a difference in correlation between the markets.
Yeah.
They should be correlated, right? This low should have gotten taken out, but since it didn't, that can kind of show me a hinting at a reversal. So divergence between assets.
Got it. Yeah. Let's. How about Japanese yen? Could you pop that
Yeah,
up?
it's not really doing much. So we had that nice move down. We talked about this last week, I think. This trend lower, and now we're just kind of getting that consolidation, right? And that's just because dollar is bearish, right? Currently on the day, and it's not the strongest asset, right? So if you want to be longing something today, it's not really yen. You don't want to be focused on the pound, right? And you're going to get a better move. But if you go lower, I don't even know if you could find something in here from me. Um, it's just kind of a sloppy trend up in my eyes there.
Yeah. I mean, anytime I see a green candle in the yen, I kind of like, all right, I want to get short soon.
Yeah, so if I wanted to approach shorts, so let's say dollar does form a low and starts to trade higher, and so foreign currencies are bearish again, I would just be looking for it to, form a swing point somewhere in here, and then you could trade it back into there. But the way I trade is I'm not trying to short something unless it has a swing point, right? So I need the swing point to form before I can short away from it. And that just keeps me from trying to catch highs, right? Because if you just keep trying to short and price is trending a little higher, you're just going to get destroyed. Versus
Yeah.
if you let a swing point form, now you're entering into an established trend already.
Yeah, that's great advice. Right. It's hard. I mean, you can't pick the top. I mean, unless you're super, super lucky. It just doesn't happen often.
Yeah. At least I know I'm not good at picking highs and lows. I'm way better at continuations. So that's what I generally focus on.
Oh yeah, me and you both.
So that's it.
Uh,
It's not too much going on this week. Like I said, I think last week was quite a bit better in terms of what I can anticipate. But it does make sense. We're just kind of into the month's end, and I think December Open will give us some more ideas.
So real quick, I just before we go, Leo yesterday was saying, well, he loves trading Black Friday,
hmm
that morning session. Are you involved or not involved?
Honestly, I haven't really watched it too much the past few years. I was always spent time with my family, so I cannot tell you if am good at Black Friday trading. So
Leo could change a diaper, swaddle a baby, and trade at the
yeah,
same time.
yeah,
So.
not me.
Anyway, awesome, man. Well, listen, I appreciate your intel as usual. Thanks for being here with us on Ninja Trader Live. And if I don't talk to you, have a great holiday.
Yeah, you as well, Jim. Hope you have a good one.
All right, all right. It is time to trade the open. And we have not one, not two, not three, well, three uh, traders today with us. We have Merritt Black, we have Christian, and we have a new guy, Jack Gleason. Let's get going. Good morning, gentlemen. How's everybody doing?
Morning, Jim.
Yo, yo. Morning, Jim.
Doing
Hey,
well.
guys.
I
Jack,
guess
I
I'm
know you.
down here at the headquarters of Ninja Trader Live because I'm actually in Naples, Florida.
Really? Okay, I was going to
Yeah.
say, I know you're not really a new guy, but you're a new guy on the show. So I wanted to welcome you. And then just real quickly, tell us a little bit about you.
Appreciate you having me on here. Well, let's see. I'm been involved in the markets, I would say, for like over half my life at this time because I bought my first stock at 15 and got into more active trading in 2008 during the original crash, which is a long time ago, which I guess makes me almost a dinosaur um, anymore. But I live in Chicago. I'm from Chicago, and I am just down here in Florida for seeing my parents for the holidays. And yeah, I like to trade oil, gold, Nasdaq, and ES. The primary basis of my analysis is Fibonacci retracements in combination with options delta levels or open interest levels. And then I read a couple of my own indicators.
Awesome. Jack, what part of Chicago are you from?
So I'm from the northwest suburbs, but I live in an area called the West Loop, if you're familiar with the different neighborhoods of Chicago. So pretty close. I can see the Sears Tower from my bedroom.
Yeah, no, I spent 58 years there, so I'm pretty familiar.
Are you still there?
No, I'm in Charleston, South Carolina. I couldn't take it anymore, Jack. So
I feel you. I mean, I think about leaving all the time, but I
anyway.
stay.
Well, welcome aboard. Appreciate you taking the time to do this with us. You're in great hands. We have Merritt Black and Christian. These guys have been with us for a while. In Ninja Trader Live 2.0. And Christian, I am drinking my green matcha drink. Someone told me it's healthy for me. And well, my wife and Tracy both said it. So I'm getting used to the green taste, though. It tastes green.
Good. As you should. It is a little bit healthier than coffee. So that's good if you're a big coffee drinker.
Yeah, I'm splitting it up, man. So anyway, Merritt, how you doing, buddy?
I am good, man. We put up the tree and decorated it last night with the kids and everything, so life is good.
That's awesome. Yeah, I miss those days. My kids are grown and not interested.
Yeah, soak it up.
I know.
Trying to.
I know. All right, before I dip in the chat, though, let's kind of go around the table here and get an idea of what you guys are thinking is happening. Merritt, let's start with you. How do you feel about today?
Um, holiday week here. I'm gonna be, more conservative, more picky than my usual kind of shotgun approach. So, I will be watching that. I'm looking at gold, watching if it maybe fails from these overnight highs or whatnot in this region. Right now, it's not great excess, but I'm kind of looking at maybe just a scalp short gold. If it starts to break down this
Order
78
filled.
level, I might look to hop on board and just catch some small traversal across this kind of balance that we're putting in here. On the S&P side of things, I still think it's swing long mode. I think that now we have a substantial bottom. Hopefully, some of you guys were able to catch some of the pullbacks. Now it's kind of at a place where it could have just a small healthy pullback and perhaps provide more opportunities to get on board with like swing long opportunities. Pretty quiet session overnight. That's not a lot going on right here. So for me to trade the S&P today, I'll probably wait for it to at least start to break out of the bulk of yesterday's balance and whatnot up here, and or at least fail at the edges of it or something like that.
Yeah, my volume profile is it's a textbook Gaussian bell-shaped curve, man.
Oh,
With
yeah.
that point of control at 18.
I don't
right
want to
at
touch it in the middle of that area, that's for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Chris, what are you thinking?
A little bit of the same as Merritt. I do think we've seen a good low last week, and this week is typically bullish. So I think any retracement will be bought, and then maybe we figure out if we get some more volatility next week. But I'm looking to buy pullbacks today.
Got it. Jack.
Yeah, I'm looking to buy pullbacks today. I also think there is a possibility that oil
Order
may. I mean,
filled.
we've made 3 consecutive daily lows on a 78%
Order
retracement of the
filled.
entire range, and today so far we've swept below that 78% of the range just barely. So if we can hold a low here and start heading higher, I'm hoping maybe we can get a reversal and oil, but looking for pullbacks in the indexes. And then gold, we did have the futures rollover in the February contract, which I always think that there's a little more action typically around rollovers just because institutions have to roll their positions. That's making that a more interesting contract. And then, of course, Bitcoin been moving lower. I guess, is it digital gold? Is it not digital gold? Is the flight to safety really in gold? So I think gold's going to be a pretty active market here. I mean, we're up 45 points in the overnight session. I'm looking to buy the 50% retracement from that overnight low, which is a 41.64.5. So I got an order on there right now, and I'm hoping we can pull back into it and then get a continuation. For the NASDAQ, I do think we're going to sweep through this most recent overnight low at like 4 a.m. and I'm looking around the 24,765 level to enter into a continuation long at this point in time. So I'm almost looking long every single market right now, looking for pullbacks in gold, looking for a reversal back higher in oil. As you can see, that daily low is held 3 separate days in a row, and they have just a sweeping wick below. There was a huge, I'm not sure, I haven't checked the news, but this morning at 7:40 Eastern, there was a huge $1.23 point or candle in oil. I don't know what that was from. I haven't checked yet, but if that can't have continued selling pressure, I see that kind of as exhaustion if we can't continue below that. So if we can get back up into that middle of the range, I'm looking long oil, looking for some pushes lower in the indexes to get long, and kind of the same thing in gold right now. So I'm looking to still be pretty active, even though it is the holiday. I'm not scared of it.
Awesome. Well, Tracy's stoked up in the chat right now saying, yes, an oil trader. That's her market. So awesome, man. Ninja Trader community, thank you for being a part of our community. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being in the chat. Thank you for listening. Appreciate the thumbs up. Let's go ahead and front run some thumbs up for these guys. They're going to be trading the open right now, laying it on the line. Also, there's a subscription button. Free. It doesn't cost any money. Subscriptions are important to us. We love it when you subscribe to the channel. So feel free to go ahead and click on that guy. Greatly appreciated. So best, by the way, Jack, just so you know, best trading community online. End of story. I've been doing this for 25 years. Well, more than that, but just wanted to give you a heads up. You will see that in a second. So having said all that, everybody, thank you for being here, and I'm going to dip it in the chat. I'm going to wish you guys the best of luck should you place some live trades this morning.
Cheers, Jim. Have a good weekend. Thanks, or happy Thanksgiving. I always say have a good weekend on Tuesdays.
You get excited.
I do.
So for those of you guys who don't know, Chris and I have actually known each other for quite a long time. I don't even know how long it's been, but
maybe 10 years.
Seen him, yeah, which is kind of wild. But I've seen you on here crushing it. I tune in every now and then.
It's a good network, probably the best on YouTube. We have a lot of good traders. Merritt, so. The stash is what has him going. But yeah.
Stash is strong.
Order filled.
I can't really grow one. I got a baby face.
Yeah, same.
It's right though, because it makes it a little easier to not have to deal with shaving a full stash on and off every single day.
Yeah, you probably have to shave every day, huh, Merritt?
Got to wake up 10 minutes earlier.
That's right.
All right, so let's see how this
I like
pullback
that
looks.
Crude long idea. I just don't.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely have momentum down right now. I was hoping we'd hold the mid from, I mean, my stop is right below yesterday's daily low. So, I mean, if we take that out, it's not far from stopping me out at this point in time. And then if that happens, it'll probably just be waiting on it for a while because I would need to build more structure.
Yeah, we've just knocked on this, 57.40 level so many times that it just, I'm kind of an auction market theory profile guy, or not kind of, definitely. So from my view, it just needs better excess, right? Something of like a wick or something on the low. Well, but I really like the location. And I think Credelli's been kind of working into a swing long in gold as well.
I know he has NQ long, right?
Yeah. So the thing is, when we have contract rollovers, my charts get a little wonky. So like I'm drawing from this fib looks like it's from the middle of nowhere, but it's actually from the prior contract. So I'm drawing from where the prior contract would have been yesterday because we rolled over today to get this level. And then what I'm looking for, let me pull up my Fibonacci tool. Where are you? Drawing tools. All right. So I'm just looking at this overnight low here to the most recent high. And then you can see that's, where my order is placed. There's also fair value gaps. I know a lot of people that are on the show use those types of concepts. And then you just have this general consolidation. And I think it's in the direction of the trend.
Yeah,
This
we just
oscillator
broke
on the
out.
bottom, sorry?
We just broke out.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, in gold, yeah.
Yeah.
On that day higher time frame, yeah. Let's take a look at that. Yes. Okay. So yeah, I mean, we had this is just showing the current contract, but we had this, wedge here. Let me see if I can go to daily. It's not going to pull up on this contract, I guess. But yeah, we broke out of this wedge. You can see part of it. Oh, here we go. That's a little messy for me. But yeah, we just got to break out. I mean, I'm in the believer that gold's eventually going to get another all-time high here, probably by January, February. And as long as the government spending keeps happening, which is in perpetuity, I think those types of assets will continue to move higher. Okay. And then, yeah, where would that be? Properties? Let me look at the chat here. Control Q, okay. Control.
Order filled.
It's not doing anything for me at this point. Let me see. I know you guys are
I
chatting.
don't even know
here.
where it's at.
Crosshair stuff is in the top menu little bar of every
Oh yeah,
window.
the plus icon.
Yours probably looks like a mouse or something. You could change it to
Order
Right.
filled.
Yeah, local.
I'm trying to see, but like the zoom is in my.
yeah, it's always
I'm like, get out of there, green thing. Is it this? Okay, okay. Sorry.
yeah, once you widen it out there, Jack, you can see that little mouse icon and you can click it and change it to something
Gotcha.
else.
I'm just looking for it for you. Does that just make it a little easier to see kind of everything? Where is the mouse icon? All right, well, I'll get that done when somebody else switches. I don't know where it is right now, but ooh, saved by the bell so far in my stop on that prior low in CL. Let's see if we can switch back up.
It's
I feel a
definitely
little
11.
confident. If we can get back above 57.90, the sweat's gonna come off the shoulders. But until then, the heat is on. So I like to look at markets like as far as a lot of people use the mid. So what's the middle of the day? I'll use the middle of the prior day's range, which is a 58.24 right now in CL. So if we're below that mid of the prior day's range, and we're overall, we are trending down lower on the daily, but we've held this low so many days in a row. I think there's, buyers of bigger size than I am, that's for sure, down here. So if we can continue to hold it, I like to expect that at least a retracement back up to the mid, which would be a 58.24. Anything past that would be a bonus here. And then as soon as we open in these indexes, I think, these levels I have positioned, I can kind of go over to what my theory is on some of that. Let me just make sure I get this chat pulled up.
Also, morning chat. Morning, everybody.
Morning. Oh yeah, chat was helping you out too with the crosshair, Jack. You can right click anywhere on the chart, and then they're about halfway down. There's a crosshair setting you can change.
Okay, cool. I'll have to pull up the chat. I'm like, because I was traveling, like I don't have as many
laptop
screens as
only?
I'm used to.
Brutal.
When you're at you take you grab a couple laptops, and I had to kick my brother out of this office too. I'm like, I am presenting today. I'm going to need that office because I'm not going to work from a bedroom. So yeah, I don't have as much screen space as I'm quite used to. Let's see here. But one of the things I'm looking at is this Fibonacci retracement drawn from this high of 2 o'clock on what would that be? On the 24th, right? Let me just double check here. And
Hey, Shab.
no, that'd be the 20. No, that'd be the 20. That's the 21st because that was last Friday. And I'm actually looking to participate in a possible sweep of that low right into the 24,794. So I'm going to set that up right there. That's what that order is. I don't like entering the NQ and the ES at the same time because I feel like it's just the same trade. So these orders are kind of staggered with different levels. I'm not sure which one is going to work. Of course, that's trading for you. You never know what's going to work until you take the trade, right? What about you guys? What do you got going on? Any orders, any zones you're looking at, or just waiting for like price confirmation?
I have a 790 to 800 zone, which is close to your level. I'm looking for a pullback into that area for a reversal. For ES, I have 93. Maybe, I mean, in these sort of environments where we're low volume, holiday weekend, we usually just take out overnight low or London's low and then set up a reversal. So I'm wondering if we see that. If not, we'll just continue to correct sideways in this range we're in and then drift back up and maybe attempt new highs. But I mean, I would be surprised if we get a pretty big pullback going to Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I mean the interesting news, at least in the Nasdaq, of course, you have this battle between Nvidia and Google, where the TPU versus the GPU. I was reading a little bit into it, not that I consider myself too much of like a fundamental expert by any means, but seems to be a huge shift of money potentially out of Nvidia now that their speculation their chip's no longer leading. That I think that can create a lot of volatility in the Nasdaq today. How much of that money goes back into Google, we'll find out, but Nvidia is definitely
Google new
pressing on
all-time
some
highs.
support.
Yeah, Google's so strong against Nvidia today.
Yeah, that'd be a great little pairs trade if you were a index pairs trader. Long one, short the other.
I'm long April. I'm long Google from April still.
Oh, wow. You got that box breakout. I know you do.
I did. I'm still riding that.
Yeah. Ride it till it stops working, man. That stock is incredibly strong. I don't know what is the market cap of Google right now? I haven't looked.
I don't look at that stuff.
Yeah. I'm just always curious. I mean, because what, Nvidia got up to 4 trillion? Unbelievable. I remember when Apple was the first company to hit $1 trillion, and now it seems like it's not a big deal anymore.
What do you got in the most, Merit?
I
right.
am mostly just watching gold here. I don't really care for the S&P trade location, like I said earlier. So I, at this point, have essentially missed the downward shift, momentum entry in gold. If it comes up and runs some stops higher, I'll be able to look for something.
Pretty strong breakout yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So today's day 2.
The timing of that breakout was unfortunate. I mean, it was like an afternoon breakout, basically into the Asian Open,
and it was
perfect. That was the
too.
majority of the move.
It was perfect.
Just gave you that beautiful pullback, back to that 28, 29 level.
So for gold, I don't really trade gold, but I like it. You have the February contract on. Is that how, like it's not monthly? Monthly rotation in contracts for gold?
We just rolled from December to February. I actually don't know the exact rotation of what months gold uses, or metals, I assume all use. Do you know, Jack?
Yeah, no, not off the top of my head.
I
I know
know
the
crude
index.
is
I
every
know the
single month,
indexes.
but when it
Yeah,
comes to like, soybeans, corn, and some of these metals, I don't understand the exact.
I tell
Yeah,
you
but
what,
it's
it'd be
not quarterly,
easier.
right? We just went from someone in the chat was saying it's quarterly, but it's not. It's you don't go from December to February and it'd be quarterly.
Wouldn't
It would be a
January
lot
have
if I
more
had to.
volume?
Yeah, it's got a lot more volume. I think when I looked at it this morning, it was like 60,000 contracts in December to and February currently has 120,000. So it's February is the front month right now.
Order filled.
All right.
Gold definitely used to be a smaller contract up until a couple of years ago. And I mean, the volatility's really since the beginning of this year. What did we start the year at in gold? It was like $2,700 around there. Now we're up at 4K. I mean, the difference in notional value from the beginning of this year to now is incredible. But it's definitely changed the way the contracts traded. I mean, we had 100.5 minute candles along the way. This volatility. 300-point days. I mean, that's just $30,000 a mini.
So Ninja does February automatically. So maybe that's the correct one.
Yep. Yeah, I'm also not sure how the different brokers decide to, roll or not roll. Some will roll the day before, some will roll the day after. But all right, let's go oil. Saved by the bell. Keep going. Gonna make me feel confident back above 57.90.
All right, I looked it up. The gold roll schedule is every 2 months. February, April, June, August, October, December, back to February.
Okay.
That would make sense. That would make sense. I'm gonna have to pull up the chat because I actually don't have it up right now. Here it is.
As someone who's passed the Series 3 more than once, it's a little embarrassing not to know the roll schedule of gold, but I don't think that ever came up in the material.
Shouldn't have said anything.
Too easy of a question.
If Farmer John has 30,000 bushels of corn due in June, and the basis is this, what's his hedge ratio for? That's more of the
Order
kind of stuff
filled.
it has.
So for those of you guys who are looking at my screen, I'll just kind of explain a couple of things I have up here. This top yellow bar is probably one of the most
Order
important
filled.
things I look at. It's a code I wrote. It's just an ATR expansion code I refer to as. And what it does is it's taking the last 10 bars average of whatever time frame I'm looking at, and then multiplying that number by 1.5. And then giving me a number that
Order
actually
rejected.
would be the risk per contract at that level.
Order filled.
So like for the Nasdaq, it'd be like 68
rejected.
points is 50%, a 50%
Order
increase
rejected.
of the
Order
10
rejected.
bar average shoe range, which is kind of about where I'd like to keep my stops.
Order filled.
Around where that number is, especially on a day trade. I mean, if you're looking at higher time frame swing trades, that's going to change. But like if I'm intraday trading a 5-minute chart, I don't want to use. I mean, sometimes you need a 150 point stop in the Nasdaq. Like when we were the other day, that number was spitting out at 180 when we had some of that volatility in the NQ. But just you got to keep in mind. They always say take what the market's giving you, but how do you know what the market's giving you unless you're measuring what the market's doing? So I just do that through that ATR code that I have at the top. That's that yellow box. And then you'll see if we actually put in a yellow bar here, that means that bar is 50% greater than the average true range that we've seen.
I'm gonna share
Order
my
rejected.
scenarios for the day real quick before the market
Cool.
opens. All right, guys. So we had a pretty big reversal since last week's low. That's one Merritt and I were trying to capture last week, but we had a pretty big move. Now we're consolidating. We are in a sideways range here in the overnight session. We have immediate support at 800. If we can hold that, we can see a move back up. If we fail there, then we can see a pretty steep drop all the way back to 650s or back test the breakout from yesterday. I'm not sure if we'll get that just because of the type of week we're in. For ES, we do have main support here at 6690, 6700 area. I will say 93. Can we pull back there, hold, and then reverse back up? If not lower, but if we don't really see a pullback like that, although NQ is leading lower, then I think what the market's eventually doing is moving its way back up into 6,800 for ES and then 25,350s, 400 in NQ to seek a lower high against the top that we put in. So focused on bullish reversals for today, for this week, really into pullbacks to see if we can get a continuation to those areas. Just in a massive weekly range. We'll have a multi-week trend when we break out of this. Just have to enjoy
Order
the
filled.
zone to zone movement that we're getting.
Did one of you guys bid gold or CL down there right before it was about to take me out? That's what I like to see is good
We got your
stop
back,
plays.
man.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. I know that was one of you guys.
Like one of us has to buy, the other one has to sell, and then we'll just split.
It's a great strategy. That's what they used to do in the floors. I don't know if you guys ever heard that story where the FBI went down the floors back in the day, arrested some of those guys for like splitting customer orders.
Probably happened.
Yeah, no, the old cowboy. I met a guy the other day that got busted. He got busted for that. He's like an older pit trader. He was telling me this story. I'm like, I've always heard the legend of this, but then finally meet somebody in person who got stung by the FBI for like, whatever, screwing a customer order. Not that that's a good thing by any means, but it was still kind of funny to hear. Those pit days were a little wild from everybody. I'm sure Crudelli knows some stories that he can or cannot say, but
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Cordelli updated us in the chat earlier. He said he was getting into crude long today, and he's also long Nasdaq.
Oh, that's what bought that low for you.
That's right. Appreciate it, Deli. Thank you, brother, helping us out.
definitely stuck it. All right, got 1 minute to the open. What are we going to get? Yesterday, there was a huge candle right at the open in CL. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen. And I don't know why, because it was at the index open and it just like shot CL lower. So rarely does the same thing happen 2 days in a row, but we'll find out here. It was like, let's see, it was the biggest candle all day. It was actually the low of the rest of the day. It was a 51-point candle, 51 tick. And then the rest of the day, we just grinded higher.
Yes, is trying to lead here into the open. But we're not really, we didn't pull back into support. We're just in the middle of the range. See how the open goes.
That's a cute bell.
See if NQ can come down to 790, 800.
Yeah, I'd love to see the divergence if we can get it with the Nasdaq. I mean, very close to taking out those overnight lows. ES is still decently above it, but if we can take out this overnight low and the NQ hold that support I'm looking at, which is 24,795 area, and then the ES doesn't take out the low of the overnight session, that'd be like a
Yeah, you have
picture
an
perfect
SMT.
video for me. Yep, little SMT.
As they call it. ES is leading. That means what? Small caps, financials are moving. Financials are strong. Small caps higher. Industrial strong.
All right. Also just picked up my gold, just ran into my limit. I'm going to move. I always trade with bracket orders, but I'm going to move some. Don't need my stop as big as it is, that's for sure. Move that stop.
All right, Enki just took out overnight low. We have a pretty big divergence there between the indices. ES is trying to lead higher.
I might short some S&P if it starts to knock on those 67.12 lows again.
ES is leading it. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, we'll find out if it's SMT 15 minutes after, right? Like in real time, you're kind of like, well, we can continue to make new lows, of course. But right now, we do have that new low.
Order rejected.
Maybe it's a couple ticks, and then I got see something. I always like to pay attention to like where we go after
Order
the first
rejected.
25 minutes after my entry, just as kind of like a market sentiment thing. Especially once the market actually opens and we have some decent movement. So I just keep a
Order
little timer on my
filled.
desk. And for those of the people who follow me, they know I just got this rule. I just click this timer. So if this thing goes off in 25 minutes after this gold entry, you'll know what it's for.
All right, so if ES holds here and we don't push back, then I'll be looking for some sort of consolidation or a small pullback here to then try and get long. And we'll see if Enki can continue to come down. If we reclaim this 2-minute lower high here that we have, then we are most likely going to trigger a failed breakdown here into overnight low and then reverse back up, but it's a bit too early for that. We need a little bit more information. Let's see who wins. ES is back above that hourly sort of consolidation. It's trying to push back out. So we could see scenario 1 to push up to 67.43, which is what I want to participate, but I really like NQ as well.
Yeah, I mean, if we hold here, I like my ES target would be definitely new highs. 67.40 would be the first thing. And then 67.46. But I'm a limit order trader, and I mean, the ES I was 5 points way off the open of my entry, and the Nasdaq I was about 20 or so, and it's gonna be hard for me to want to chase that up without getting those entries right off the bat.
So the S&P opened up, like I said, pre-market in the middle of yesterday's main balance, and it so far is yet to
Order
really
rejected.
truly test an edge of
Order filled.
either side.
Okay. Do you need me to do that on my end? Or
See if we can push out.
Order filled.
I got long NQ here. No, why can't I? So I took a long in NQ off the failure to make new lows after the lower low, lower high. So we broke lower in NQ, put in a low, bounce, put in a lower high into that overnight low. And then, so I took that long as a failed breakdown. We'll see if it can continue higher or not. But my area was London low 800 area, and we'll see if we can hold. If not, we'll take a stop and then we'll wait to see if we go lower.
Well-timed
Order
entry as
filled.
usual.
Order filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled.
See if we can hold in NQ. If not, we'll go lower. ES will fail at this potential breakout attempt.
Yeah, AQ, it doesn't really matter which you use. You can use VWAP bands, you can use volume profile with value area, you can use market profile with value area. It just doesn't matter, my friend. All good tools.
Stop filled.
Gold starting to bounce a bit, or holding at least, not bouncing.
Yeah, if we start getting below 41.55, yeah, not gonna be looking good.
And Nvidia weak. Some negotiation here, not much happening. If tech can't bounce, then we'll see NQ lower. But
No
ES is
sellers showing up in
acting
the S&P here, man.
ES is acting like it wants new highs. If we can get NQ to bounce, it'll push through.
Gold. Crumbling.
Yeah, I just got stopped out there.
All right. No go. We'll take a
I
stop in
saw a little
NQ.
order flow signal there, Chris. I'm gonna fade you with the market direction here.
Do it.
Betrayal.
Betrayal.
The Halo soundboard.
Wouldn't expect anything less from Merit.
That's hilarious. I got NQ coming in finally into my level here that I was looking to buy. So We shall see if it means anything. It's down here at 24,794.
It's typically your stop when you enter a trade.
I have my bracket order set to 50 points, and right now that I'll just look at whatever the ATRs are, and right now that's 68. So that, I mean,
Selling sucks.
let's see here.
Picking up a bit. See if it could reject back down for you in ES. NQ. See how it reacts here. Yeah.
All right, we have now rotated across
Order
the overnight
filled.
balance, so I'm going to be
Stop
looking
filled.
to start scaling out.
Order filled.
I do think we can run stops below those lows that I mentioned that I might short at the open. So here we are about to do that now. So I'll look to use that to fuel le PNL. Flush them.
See if the ES gets anything here. It's 78, but we are rotating lower in almost every asset
Order
right now.
filled.
There's the flush. You see that? Look at the huge delta.
Order
Squirrely.
filled.
Yeah, taking out that morning low. Are you talking about the delta in the ES right there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, right as we took out that like 9 o'clock low. Move my stop up here.
Well, should I scale some out, chat?
Look at that. Beautiful. See, it'll probably take out overnight lows here. NQ's failed to hold 800, so the next spot is 650s here.
Order filled.
Nvidia's down 6%.
Nvidia is down 6%.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Big breakdown.
All right, little buying came in there below the -2 standard deviation, so I'll scale out of 2/3. And I don't know. I've ashamedly admitting here, I don't really have a plan for this trade. It was mostly an order flow driven scalp. I saw a bunch of longs get trapped up there at the top, and so I took advantage of it. Now we've got the stop run through the area that I was originally looking for into the open. So there's quite a bit of selling and momentum here. So I'll hang around for a little bit, but this is just not a big idea trade that I want to be married to here.
You've been trading as long as Mary. You don't need a plan. You just show up and execute.
Well, Dan, I would have been short way above the opening range, right? Oh, you were talking about something different, not me. My bad. Not everything's about you, Marion.
Typical.
Typical.
All right, so big breakdown. We're moving into that 650 zone in NQ, which is the next area of support here, below 800. ES has support at 93, 6690s to 6700 area. Just semiconductors bringing down tech.
Oh. Claude in the chat. Fading Chris 60% of the time. It works every time. Some elite level trolling there, Chris.
Yeah, that's
Takes one to know
fantastic.
one, doesn't it?
That's fantastic.
Fade me today, that's for sure. Buying anything is not the idea.
Listen, I'm okay with 40%. 40%
Heck
winner is
yeah.
kind of tough.
At your risk reward, we'll take it. That's positive expectancy.
Yeah, with that big of a breakdown in NVIDIA, you wonder. I mean, I had NVIDIA really needing to hold that 176 level, and I knew that breaking that was a nail in the coffin. I'm sure we broke that today. I've not looked at the stock, but yeah, 171 it's trading.
Order
Session, I'm just
rejected.
talking about scenarios. And then the other session, I'm just managing swings.
Order rejected.
Offer Sailor, you are obviously not a golfer. I've seen Chris
Order
time
filled.
up a bunch of incredible trades on many streams, so you have no idea what you're talking about. And that's actually the thing about Chris. You're actually not wrong. He does talk a lot about swings, and he does do a
Order
lot
filled.
less than someone like me. And you know what? It's his style, and it's what he's doing, and it's what he's good at. All right. I mean, this is quite the extended direct rotation, which is now capitulating.
Yeah, what's NVIDIA doing now? NVIDIA's just destroyed.
We're now at yesterday's value area low. So we have traversed the full kind of main area from yesterday.
I'm the wedger. Hey, talk dirty to me. Straight down, people. Look at that. Just ride that short.
That is a liquidation. Nice short in there.
Thank you. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut from time to time.
If you're a blind squirrel, I think you got 20/20 vision, and you need to get it checked again. I'm gonna take one more shot of gold here as we retest that overnight low down at 41.46.
I'm flat. Thank you. Come again.
Oil all the way. Oil new low. You're like Jim Cramer with the soundboard over there. You got a little digital soundboard, or you got the buttons.
Oh, Austin's working it for us.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was you or who.
Oh no, it's not me. I can only manage my own hotkeys.
That is. Let's see, how big was that? ATR expansion there, 118 points, followed up by the current candle at 106 in the NQ and 22, then 25 in the ES. The tech trade is over. We're at the midpoint of the prior day right now in the ES. And we're just hammering lower.
Stop filled.
Oh,
Stop filled.
No, I'm
Sorry.
not in trade. Apparently, I don't
was
trade.
my wife put some lemon wedges in this. I was not expecting that. I was very confused with his water.
Little kick in the morning.
That's all she put in?
There's no telling. If I start acting funny, we'll know why. It's the Quaaludes.
Yeah, there we are, finally getting
there's the
numbers
buyers.
submitted. Yeah, that's the middle of the prior days range right there. Is 66.78.
Violent bounce.
All right, we've pulled back into 650s, which was next support in NQ. Yeah, pretty big hourly candle down. Big bounce back up now.
You want to share your screen, Chris?
Sure.
I can stop.
I'm not doing anything, but sure. All right, so if we go back to the scenarios since until I talk about, we are seeing scenario 2.1 in NQ where we fail to hold the most immediate support here at 800, 790s to 800. We've moved down into 640, 650s. Kind of almost back tested this breakout from yesterday, probably 100 points away, but it was almost a back test of that. Now, can we bounce back up? It does now. We do now have resistance at 800 that we will need to reclaim. And then for ES, we pretty much almost back tested yesterday's breakout as well, which is scenario 2.1. Can we bounce, reclaim 66.93, which we're attempting to do so now? And then if we can reclaim those breakdown zones and then form some acceptance above, then we can say, okay, that's a pretty nasty failed breakdown and then move back up. But I mean, ES is much, much, much stronger than NQ at the moment. And then we're gonna have to see if we can hold up here then to look for higher. If not, continuation lower.
Yeah, the ES. This is just something I would look at. I'm gonna pull this over here. So go to a 15-minute chart, like Q22, actually a little further out.
Oh, the great short, your day is done, Merritt. Your morning's done.
Yeah, awesome. Basically, top bottom tick that. You might be controlling the market over there. All right. What a bounce there. This is what I'd be looking at here, just what we came off of, just to come up. I just want to put in up, so not that I'm in a long, I wish, but basically that overnight low too high is right about where we stopped on the 50% retracement here in the ES. See, I think I'm sharing it. Let me just make sure. And if we were to continue to project higher, I'd have targets at 67, 57. But for me, those, when you get that waterfall, it's kind of hard for me to participate in that if I'm not basically in the short when it begins. It's straight down. It kind of moves without me. That's my style of trading. But so that'll be waiting. A lot of times when we get big moves down like that, I just have to sit and wait, especially after getting stopped out. Keep myself. You don't want to be over trading, and that's just we have I call that a triple ATR. So back to back to back candles are larger than the average true range has been, and that's a pretty volatile open. So much for being a boring holiday session, right, guys?
Yeah.
It looks like a failed breakdown here. At least in ES, NQ still needs to reclaim 800, but ES is doing a good job at that.
I mean, that's the environment, right? That's what's going on here. It's swing long territory, and today the ideal pullback would be into like close to 66.50. S&P, like a little deeper. But I've got 66.65. I've got 66.83. Several levels kind of stacked in there. Developing value low for the week is 66.72, which is exactly where we bounced from. So the reason I'm not making a big deal about some very, very direct thesis here today from a NADRO perspective is because we have all of these stacked reference in at multiple levels. So it's not like super confluent, super clean. Here's a clean line in the sand. It's like, no, there's 5 different spots we could pull back to continue this substantial low being held and move back towards all-time highs. It's
Definitely.
a little bit messy. But that's also why you saw me manage my short the way I did, is because the context that's in the back of my head, like I
Order
said,
filled.
pre-market, is pullback for bulls. So I don't want to overstay my welcome on any kind of shorts, no matter what the momentum or tape was like.
Order filled.
It was a big fill breakdown.
Order
and yes,
filled.
I think you still have some more to do, but
Wow. 30 points plus off that low already.
Mm-hmm.
Just
if we can get some acceptance up here to create some tight action.
Beach ball underwater.
Copyright acceptance.
Is it?
Copyright.
All right, gold. Do me that favor and hold that overnight low.
I mean, to me, this is just a sign that we want higher. I'm thinking higher time frame.
Agree. I'm going to play gold like a range now at this point, expecting it to get back up to near like 41.80, top of the range, bottom of the range, being that 41.43 level. Indexes, I mean, with this bit strong of a bid, we're looking at, I think we're looking at potentially new highs of the day out of this low.
Yeah, if we can get some back and a little bit of some acceptance, some consolidation up here. Hold the overnight low now and then push up to new highs in ES. That's what I'm interested in, but I have to wait again for another setup.
Yeah. It definitely becomes, when you have these extremely violent moves down and then right back up, you're like, all right, where's the structure to base off of? The only
data in 1 minute, guys.
Yeah.
Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Are we above the open yet? No, we're above the open, the ES. Nasdaq's getting there.
Two seconds.
How'd you guys do in the chat? You guys caught that short or bounce back up? Good two-way action.
Yeah.
I guess the market does not care about
The news.
Pending home sales down, consumer confidence down, business inventories unchanged, pending home sales up. Those are all bearish things, right?
Yeah.
What do I know?
Depends on the day.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know how old you are, Jack. You look fairly young. I don't know if you were trading back in like the '08 crisis.
I mean, on a Scottrade account, but I was a total novice at the time.
Yeah.
I
I
was in
was too, but
college.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was trading. I wouldn't exactly say, but back then there wasn't anything like what we're doing right now. I was on like blogs.
Big Mike's, were you over there?
Yeah, yeah. I think it was like hotpennystocks.com.
Oh boy.
Like,
Okay, on the equity side of things.
yeah. I think I remember Big Mike said, I first learned about like what options were in 2008. And
I followed
that,
one guy for a little while when this would have been this would have been like 2006, 2007. There was a guy, I can't even remember the name of it, but it was like 3 stocks on fire.
okay.
I think his name was like Cameron Foose or Faust or
Oh
something.
yeah, I know Cameron.
Yeah. He
Yeah, he's
he
still in
used
the
to
space.
he used to post a bunch of that was one of my first like, oh, there's like someone who's sharing pics and information. That was like one of my first forays into that on the internet ever, as I was a freshman in college.
Okay, yeah, I'm 36, so I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, because '08, I would have been like, I don't remember to be honest, like 18 or 19. As soon as I could open an account in my own name, I did.
Yeah, same. In fact, I actually was too young, and like my parents didn't invest or have accounts like that or anything like that, and but I got my I was like, Dad, what's your social security number? Like, it was like I
Nice.
opened up an account. He let me open one in his name, and I was trading that.
And then it was a credit card.
That's right.
Just kidding. All right, I just entered into a little bit of a pullback here in the NQ. See if we can hold this. And otherwise, I think we're just going another ATR here. This is a 136.5 minute candle. This market is built different here today. We went from super quiet for the second half of the day. I mean, it was just a slight grind higher to what seems to be like a complete regime change here this morning.
Yeah, we bounced right back up to that 800 area, rejected ES back into 67.18 and rejected
I mean, my stops are going to have to get bigger than
two. Nothing here for me for a trade. We need to
Bobby, with regarding CVAs, man, they're integral to what I do in terms of framing context. They're not integral to what I do in terms of scalping. I wasn't leaning on a CVA when I took the short, but I mentioned where we were relative to yesterday's distribution. I'm aware of where we are relative to CVA structure. So they're integral to what I do from a NADRO perspective and understand the narrative of the market.
Thank you might go for new lows.
Well, it's looking like, my goodness.
Don't forget, guys, we're ranging. We've just probed upper and lower extremes of yesterday's main balance. That's literally all that's happened. I know it seems exciting, but it's just the market saying, no, screw you guys. No, screw you guys. And then just meandering in the middle.
If ES can hold 93, then it could be a little bit of a change in character. We can start to hold, push back up, consolidate. Enki's just so weak. It needs above 800.
That's that NVIDIA. That's what I was talking about this morning. Like the NVIDIA Google thing is really going to impact. I guess that's driving this action right now.
Down almost 7%.
It's mad. What the question is the money coming out of NVIDIA big enough to go back into Google? But yeah, just absolute extremes right now.
All right, ES held 93. So potential higher low here.
I'm gonna move my just the volatility here, moving my target down until we get out of this range on the NQ. Not that it's a great R trade, but you guys like to trade holidays? Like, will you trade this Friday or just kind of?
I won't even
Take-
pull up charts now.
Yeah, spend time with the family.
Yeah.
Is it it's not a half day, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
It is a half day? Okay. So probably nothing's going on. All right, we held so far for a higher low.
Speed up to 56s. Oh my.
As long as that higher low holds, I think we can push back up. What's gold doing?
Hope so. I need
Gold's
a W.
holding.
Took a-
Probably some volatility before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, on
So-
this long here in the NQ, I'm just looking for the open test, and then we'll see. This is
Thanksgiving will, in terms of trading, will now always remind me of I'm not very good with time or dates or sense of direction or many other things, but a handful of years ago, maybe 3 years ago, I'm just gonna guess, um, there was a huge crude oil event over Thanksgiving. It was like this crude Volmageddon type thing. I was naked short options
oh no.
over Thanksgiving. So I literally one night I didn't go to sleep Thanksgiving night. Like we did Thanksgiving dinner, all that stuff. Like I had to get to the workstation and I traded all night. I didn't go to sleep. That's how crazy things were in the positions that I had to protect and wanted to remain in. So, rather than just getting out of the options, it was nuts.
Was this when that guy blew up selling covered calls in nat gas and it reverberated into the oil market? There was this guy blew some whole fund?
I don't remember
What
the
year was that?
details behind like
Was
the
it-
whys of the move.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not carrying anything into Thanksgiving this year.
Sitting at the table, not eating your turkey, just thinking about
Yeah.
how you're going to work yourself out of the position. All right, getting up 15 points here on gold. I'll probably move my stop up below this swing low so I protect any of these profits. I'm still looking for the top of the range here. I don't know if it'll hit while I'm on stream, but 41, I got targets at 41.76 for my 41.49 entry. And then, yeah, after I took like a 70-point L in the
Looks really
NNQ
good.
earlier.
Multi-hour consolidations, first pullback after the breakout, good higher time frame, higher low. If that low can hold, I mean, this can, but I swing trade, so this can, do you hold things overnight, Jack?
I don't. Rarely, unless the only thing, if I'm specifically like geared towards the market to swing trade it, it's not going to be, the day-to-days that I look at. Like if I'm trading gold, I might swing trade silver, but if I want to day trade it, I'm not. And that's only if I planned it in advance as a potential swing trade that starts as a day trade. But it's obviously going to be a smaller position.
The setup is there for a swing long in it.
In gold or what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as yesterday's breakout holds, I mean, this can continue back higher. 4,200. Oh, I'm looking at December contracts. Why?
Yeah, you're gonna have to. I also just like anything around a contract change. If we get tactical moves around that, it's always something I give a little more
Order
emphasis
filled.
to.
All right, guys. So NQ is finally forming a wedge for those of you guys who look at my directional setup. It's just a consolidation here to set up the next directional move. So far, we're unable to break above 800. We really need to get above that to have a sustainable move higher. For now, I would say we're stuck in a range, like Merit said, support at 640s, resistance at 805, 800-ish. Consolidating, creating energy now for a move. ES is doing a little bit of the same, but it is stronger, but it's now starting to consolidate, and that's what you sort of want to see to then set up the next directional move. And if we can continue to hold and create this higher low, then we can see higher. If not, we'll probably go make new lows on a breakdown.
No, Joe. Yeah,
Okay.
that was like early, like when COVID was hitting, when oil went negative, if I recall. And the
Yeah.
whole thing with oil going negative, it wasn't the front month, right? It was the almost about to expire, barely traded contract. We had already rolled to the next month. And yeah, like it was a big sell off. I want to say that contract went into what?
Negative
Went to
40.
no, it went to like $28 or something was like the low, something like that.
Oh,
But it was the expiring contract that was still, available to be traded. That was the one that went negative. So, it was a big deal. In fact, I had the privilege of speaking on the phone with Mark Fisher recently after that event, and the amount of money those guys made on that negative thing was, yeah, just mind-boggling. I forget what his little shop was
8 figures?
60% of the volume that day in that
wow.
contract or something. Just
Well,
nuts.
the issue was everybody apparently that owned the contract had to take delivery, and there was nowhere to deliver it.
Right.
So
Exactly. So it's like, I will pay you to take this responsibility of delivery off my hands. That was why it went negative.
yeah, I started calling up truckers and I'm like, hey, where can I put 144 barrels of oil? Do you have any space? I mean, to imagine getting paid $40 a barrel of oil to hold, I don't know if
To
how
take
that.
something that has value.
Yeah, exactly.
A
Yeah,
lot of value.
actually, real money, right?
It's insane.
Oil money.
I like to
I
think
forgot
of
where they
myself
hold
as
all the oil. It's like Arkansas or something. Anybody know? Like keep it underground in these old like salt mines.
That's a good Tracy question.
Yeah, Tracy would know.
Yeah, they were full.
Where's meatloaf?
Crude is
It
just
was nice.
still looking for that bottom, though.
When oil was that low, I would just leave my car on all day, just because,
Just to feel alive.
just to feel alive. It's like I got to get this price back up.
All right, we're wedging up here, getting tight. Move
What were
soon.
you? So what was the Arkansas thing specifically? Tracy's tuned in now. She's available.
Oh, okay. Where they store all the oil. I don't know if it's a strategic oil reserve or
Oh, the
just
SPR.
yeah. But they have it in old salt mines. This is where they store a lot of oil. As far as what I know, I could be wrong. Never been there.
Hey, Jim. Good to see you here.
Thoughts on CL? My thoughts on CL currently, I think we're in shorts at this point in time. Unless we start creeping back above this most recent swing high at 57.77, the structure's just leading lower, and it's dangerous for me to attempt anything other. I think TT this morning was talking about taking out that daily low, and without holding here. I mean, if we're back above these lows we broke down of at any point in time moving forward, like sure, but engage below the 57.40 on longs is just dangerous for me. I think we're probably heading down to like 56.50, 56.60 on the higher time frame in CL.
S&P is just coiled up here. Yeah, I don't think it's Arkansas, Jack, but it's definitely underground salt caverns at 4 main sites along the Texas-Louisiana Gulf Coast.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's just a pipeline I'm thinking of. Strategic.
All right, so the good thing for higher is directionally is we reclaim 90s in ES. We're consolidating back above overnight or London low. So as long as we can continue to hold it here, this becomes acceptance and a failed breakdown. And then later in the day, we can push up higher. NQ needs to reclaim 800, 810s. It's big old resistance.
Just because of the price action, the second half of the day in GC, I'm thinking in the morning, if we, by European session close back above that 4180, that makes me think that if we repeat what happened yesterday and get that post lunch breakout, we could be seeing breakout of the overnight high up at 4190 basically, and do if we do get new highs in gold, my targets would be 4210s. I just don't want to stick around that long. Is that Austin Powers?
Yeah, it was. Gold member.
Bear, where are you based out of?
Nashville.
Nashville, nice.
It's a good town.
Yeah, quite the boom going on there.
Yeah, things have slowed down. Things are, you'll see a house go for sale and actually be for sale for a couple of weeks, versus before. I mean, just absolute insanity. So it's kind of nice to see the slowdown a little bit.
Yeah, COVID housing market was quite nuts.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Chris, we've got great tacos here. I don't know if you knew that, man.
Shut.
Oh no! Chicago's got great tacos.
Listen, both of you guys, just stop it. Stop
Why,
it.
you don't
LA.
there might be an inside joke I'm not aware of.
LA has the best tacos.
LA tacos. We're the taco capital of the world.
Just one time Merritt said that Nashville had some really good tacos, and I just had to stop him right there. I am
Maybe
from that
maybe
place where they
hot
have
chicken.
tacos.
Hot chicken. That's definitely our thing here, right?
Chicago's got the best food, though. I mean, if we're talking food, world-class food city right here.
Absolutely.
It's actually a problem that you can order anything you want from Uber Eats and have it at your house in 30 minutes at almost any time of the day. I was in Milwaukee for a wedding a few weeks ago, and it's 12 o'clock, and I was getting kind of hungry, and I pulled up Uber Eats thinking that it's not a small city. There's got to be something, and it was like literally Papa John's. That was it.
Yeah.
Wait, what? You're telling me you can only order Papa John's at 12 o'clock in the night?
That or Skyline Chili.
Yeah. Let's take a look. Is there any markets that you guys don't trade but like to watch? Like I don't really trade Bitcoin, but I'll watch it.
I trade Bitcoin, but I only trade on the future side, only ES, and NQ. Some gold. I'm just starting to. That's it. I don't look at anything else.
I'm liking this box build and wedge building on the 1 minute and NQ. Really need to give above that 24,780 though.
Yeah, it's now looking like it.
I know nothing ER. I don't know if that's where you are, but I totally agree. Great food in Portland, Maine. Even Tide Oyster Company is one of my favorite little spots up there.
Do I ever go to the Bears game? I'm sorry, I'm just starting to look at the chat. I'm not used to this. You know what? I do go for the tailgates. But now, especially that the Bears are good, for years I grew up watching them lose many a games. And I lost my interest. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit of a fair weather football fan. Sitting in the cold in 20-degree weather watching your football team lose game after game. It gets old. It gets old. But yeah, actually, I can ride my bike to the stadium. A little bit far for walking, but apparently they're going to move it. So I might as well take advantage of it while it's here. It's going to move to Arlington Heights. Moving it to the burbs is the plan, I believe.
A question here: how do you trade wedges? So wedges are not just any kind of wedge. I follow a specific trend structure. Whenever we end a 9 EMA lower low, lower high, lower low structure, we'll bounce up typically into the 2050 EMA cloud area, which you see this red thing. We'll put in a swing high, and then we'll create a consolidation. The market consolidates typically, most of the time, in a wedging structure because when the market is not in a trending function, meaning lower lows, lower highs, it'll go through a consolidation where we're now inside a swing high and a swing low, aka consolidation, right? Because if we're not in a consolidation, we're trending. And what's a trend? Either high highs, high lows, or lower lows, lower highs. So if we're not in either of those, then we're in a consolidation that's contracting inside a swing high and a swing low. That contraction is typically a wedge. And so the reason I trade a wedge setup because I see it as I'm trading the market structure on the breakout of that consolidation. When that wedge breaks, if it's part of my plan and part of the scenarios that I note down, then I'll take it. If I'm bearish today, then I'll take a bearish breakdown and look for a trend lower. If I'm not, I'm not bearish on higher time frames, so I can't really engage on the short side, and I will probably miss a short, and that's okay with me. But that's how I trade wedges. I know it sounds, a wedge, when you think of a wedge, you think of like technical analysis 101, but it's context. It's how you, for me, higher time frame analysis. And I just use that to manage risk. That's all it is.
Yeah. One of the things, when I entered this trade, we weren't in a wedge. Now that I'm in this trade, we're in a wedge. And that's just sometimes how it is. But I'll pay attention to, like, if we're looking at my screen, we have this yellow bar that my mouse is over, and I have my crosshairs now, so should be easier for you guys to see. That was at 10:05, so I'll go out 25 minutes, and I call it just a time cycle. 25 minutes later, very close to 30, but I just noticed for whatever reason we move a lot of times in 5-bar sequences. Whether it's a 5-bar sequence, like we're going to be coming up on basically 5 bars of consolidation, and then I'll set another timer for 20 minutes and then individually analyze those segments of time as almost a separate thing. So we'll see. Now that we've gone sideways 1, 2, 3, 4. I consider this to be the 5th bar, since this is the ATR expansion bar where I'm moused over, right? And that bar, let me see how many points that is. That is a 166.5 minute range, much larger than what we've been seeing, I would say. And so realistically, that's where the base of the beginning of the wedge pattern is. So we need to get outside of that, and that's going to brew and take some time. So if we don't move here in this 25 minutes, like by the end of this 10:30 bar, I'm going to say we're probably going to continue to consolidate and not break out hard for another 25 minutes. So on top of just seeing the overall pattern, I like to pay attention to the time frame of the amount of time we are inside of the pattern as well.
Have you noticed that if we don't have the move within that 25-minute window, outside of just thinking that for the next 25 minutes we'll just continue sideways, but it will actually continue in the direction of the prior trend?
No, I don't really. I wouldn't say I haven't done like enough hard analysis on that to determine like a probability. But that is, something that I guess I should probably pay attention to. But it's almost like clockwork. It's like 25 minutes will end and like the next bars move. Or if you have a news event and we don't move, 25 minutes later, it's like we'll go for some reason.
Yeah. Trader H, I have a 2-minute time frame on. Larry, why do I call it a wedge? Because it's a pizza wedge, this pattern. That's all it is. If you guys look back in time, all contractions are wedges. It's just have to look at what time frame you're looking at.
So one of the other things I like to watch here in a wedge, let me pull up I think if I draw a fib here from the low of the day to that most recent high, and where are you drawing?
Pizza comes in slices, sir.
Wow.
Is that a Nashville thing? Not in LA.
Wait, do y'all really call it a wedge?
No.
Oh. I was like,
Can I get a wedge of pizza? I feel like that might be a Detroit thing.
How many wedges? Let me get 3.
A nice steaming wedge of za.
So here in this case of this wedge, like what I'll notice is with this extreme volatility, if I'm looking at the mid or the halfway back of this range, that's right about where my entry is. That's my thesis of this long here. I call this an ATR reversal, which is basically an exhausting bar, like the average range expands that immediately reverses back the other way. What I'll notice is if we immediately break the halfway back, which is what we did on entry, what'll happen is we'll continue to consolidate. And then finally, right before we break out, we'll have a very clean touch of that 50% because those sellers are kind of exhausted. And my theory is that machine programs are coming in and buying the 50. And you can actually see this last bar here at 10:30. It's the same thing. It's that 25 minutes later, post the average range expansion, and its low of that bar is exactly the 50% retracement. So that is something I'll pay attention to, Chris, is if we touch that 50 and it's really accurate, and then you start moving that way, like that's typically the beginning of the breakout. And that very well may be what we have here with a 25-minute cycle post ATR and then the breakout. I mean, it hasn't continued yet, but we are starting to see a little more bids up. My target on this is I think it's right around the open here, if I have that right. But let's see if we can push through and I can finally get something off that my mama would be proud of.
Okay, so I got long ES because it's leading. I just realized I had my NQ presets on, so I only have half size. So I'm looking to see if there's a pullback so I can buy more.
Yeah,
But
I like that.
so talking about wedges, the consolidation that we had was a wedge structure. We reclaimed 93. So far the internal structure kept saying, okay, we have a higher low. We're not consolidating. Can we see a move higher from this wedge structure? And so far we are attempting to. I really like the higher time frames. The 4 hour, we saw a pretty big failed breakdown at 93. So I have to try and trade my plan, even though if I take a stop, I take a stop. And I went with ES this time versus NQ, or MES versus MNQ, because it's leading. But let's see if there's a pullback, since I only have half size.
For those of you asking for my contact info, I just gave out my Twitter, and my Instagram is actually @trader. If you're on Instagram, I have the @trader handle.
Nice.
Logan, if the wedge is a huge range, then you probably need to go to a higher time frame to understand the wedge structure, and then trade off that higher time frame. Follow the structure on that higher time frame.
My wedge structure is like blue cheese crumbles, bacon, tomato, fresh cracked pepper.
Oh, you're making me hungry.
And a big freaking rib cap, medium rare, right next to it, and a glass of something red.
Coming to your house for Thanksgiving. All right.
Merritt, PVA daily VWeb created volume profile what? Wait, there was another question. Merritt, hope you're well. In a couple of words, why you dumped footprints? Why you use 3000 volume for ES instead of 5 or 10 or 1.5 or whatever? Footprint charts can be great. They show you a very, very granular view, right? Very granular view, typically. I guess you could make a huge footprint chart, but most people don't do that. They show a very granular view of what the volume is doing at prices. So for me, I'm very in tune with what the volume is doing with other tools that I'm using, like cumulative delta, and just the speed of things and having an understanding of what kind of energy is in the market. I have nothing against footprint charts. In fact, I even tried to put one on recently, and decided, you know what, I stick with my guns here. I'm not using this thing. And I'm a firm believer in every single chart on your workstation should have a job description. This is big advice for the chat here today. If you have something, an indicator, a chart, something up on your screens, and it doesn't have a job description for your process, you got to get rid of it. I don't care how pretty it is, how much you're some kind of like emotional attachment to it. You got to get rid of it, because it's doing nothing but creating confusion, cognitive dissonance, delay, stalling, indecision for you in your trading. So anyways, footprint charts, I just don't need it. I just don't need it. I have good enough timing skills with the tools that I'm using. So that's why I don't use it. Again, just to reiterate one more time, it's a perfectly good tool. You can use it, love it, great, fantastic. The more of a short-term scalper you are, the more applicable it is. And then real quick, the second question. So prior value, daily VWAP versus volume profile created. You only want to use one. You found that if it's a rangy day, both are the same. But for other days, volume profile is superior to the VWAP based one. I would say market profile is superior to all three. That's the one that I use for all my PVAs. But you're right. On trending days, the downfall of VWAP based value is that the lagging edge. So on an uptrend day, the lower edge of developing value, it's going to really be lagging, and it's going to end up with, okay, here's the value area low in no man's land with no structure around it, nothing. So you're on the right track. I would, in order of quality, prior value areas, market profile 1, volume profile 2, VWAP based 3.
We need that wedge continuation. So what I would like to see here, now we had that, like I said, right when we touched, and increase the size of this, that last touch, you can see, oh, you can't see it because my position thing is right over it, but that last touch is exactly at the 50% retracement. And it is 25 minutes after, like here's the ATR bar, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's that 5th bar. It touches that 50% retracement. We immediately pick through highs, and I can even go on a smaller time frame here. And this is where I see this as programmed pullback buying, because it's so technical, like it's exactly that level. And then if you draw from that swing low here to this most recent high, we break out of that wedge. It's also a breakout retest that lines up with, these candle closes. But once again, we come immediately back into that 50% retracement. And right where we are right now in the NASDAQ, that's kind of the make or break. Are we going to continue this, or are we failing this? Okay. So, I mean, I normally don't, I don't like to overdraw fibs, but it's just paying attention to the buying pressure on certain these levels. Because if we were to come back down and crack that 61 again, like we did off the open, we're probably going to continue more of a wedge structure. Somebody want to give me the hotkey of how to delete the drawing? Let's see. I'll just remove them all right now. And then redraw.
All right, we have the first higher high, higher low from this wedge breakout. I'm going to move my stop under that higher low in case we fail to, this leads to a failed breakout and we just push back down because of the overall structure or the overall environment for today. But if not, we can continue to see higher. I want to see overnight low, prior day high taken out on this push, and then see if we can continue higher.
Okay. You want me, or I don't know how to stop it. Is there like a quick button, or can you do it? Okay, you guys got it. I'll let you do it.
See if we can push out. All higher time frames are still telling me higher, so I have to align with that and be okay with some intraday volatility. I just can't be bearish. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, just a visual real quick. This is today's profile. The A's are the first 30-minute bar of the day. The B is the second 30 minutes of the day, and we are now in C period for the next 21 minutes. And, what is context? Well, context is when we look left. It's when we look to higher time frames. It's when we look at where we're at. And, again, just for the beginners in the room, this is the balance area and distribution from yesterday. And so, as you can see, there's this little calculated value area from it. And so when we talk about opening up in the middle of this range, earlier in the stream, I talked about probing. This was my short location up at the upper edge, probing this lower edge, which, by the way, is into this big, fat, multi-day composite distribution, which is where we found our buyers from. And so nothing's really changed other than, what type of confirmation from a profile perspective have we received today? Well, the buyers have held the now failed breakdown below this balance. They've now, as of yesterday, broke above it. So this little 67.20s, excuse me, whatever the level is, 66.70s is substantial. And so you combine, I'll erase all the drawings real quick because it's getting messy, but you combine two different time frame views. You have the edge of this balance, which we opened above, so that's an inflection. You have this balance that we were opening inside of, so that's an inflection. So you could structure hypos from this if you want to talk about, years ago, like when I did the DMI the other day, right? I haven't done those in years, but I did one just, kind of for kicks. How would I structure hypos based on this? Well, I would say low opportunity open, bullish zone from here. You could fade the edge of this early. You could fade the edge of this early. If we accept below 66.70s down into here, then that is a short opportunity against here to go to this level, the lower edge of this balance. So that would be like, 3 or 4 hypos there, just from this structural type view. So anyways, was getting a lot of questions about profiling and all this kind of stuff. So I just wanted to walk y'all through how I might approach that. Little passive buyer, Chris. Now it looks like the aggressive buyers are hopping in here. Some nice juicy stops are going to be sitting above 67.30s in the S&P.
Nice. Talk dirty to me.
This is where I'm like, should I stretch my target higher? How many stops?
How many will you run through? Tell me.
How hard are we running?
About 3,000 contracts worth. 3,000 contracts, and we'll know that it's been done.
Good job leading with that ES though, Christian. Just that is clearly leading the NQ here today. We're still down over 0.5% in the NQ. ES going unchanged.
It's not moving.
Somebody said the YM was mooning earlier. I have not looked at. I don't really typically trade the YM, but yeah.
Do I see the 67.24 on the hourly? No, that's is that like a level? I don't see anything at 24.
You don't see it, Chris?
Gosh, I don't trade. I don't see
it.
What do I do?
You don't see it? You sure about that?
You sure about that?
You sure about that?
There it is. There it is.
You sure about that?
You sure about that?
I seen it. Guys, we got to get the likes up at least for the network.
Tell you what, the Dow looks like it's about to take out the high of the day.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
New highs.
Here comes a ton of buyers. Okay, so there.
Oh yeah, is this that
half
we're
of them
looking for?
Is this it, Merritt? Guide us.
All right, I'm moving my target up. 24,876. I'm gonna move my stop up with it. We can't move one without the other. That's the rule here.
Half the people who need to puke have puked. Okay, now 3/4 of them. 75% of them.
New high. New high for the ES on the day. We can get a new high on the NQ. Can you guys bid it for me? Hit the bid, chat.
We need Deli. Buy some more NQ.
Well, that's what's going on right now. That's what the last 3,000 ES contracts have been. That's
that was
Deli
him. For sure.
Adding to his position.
If PAX comes in, that'll be like 30,000.
Section 1256 contracts, bro. What can I tell you?
Sure.
All right, so we're above. Let me share my scenarios again, guys, because that's all I talk about. But they pay me, so why would I not talk about those scenarios, All right, so scenario 2.1 was, could we see a move all the way back down to lower levels? We did. We then
those 3,000 contracts have now been puked. Just FYI.
Let's ride that.
We've completed the full cycle. Just so you all know, we're done now. Thank you. Continue, Chris.
I don't know what you said, Austin. What was that? Anyways, so we're now going back, the scenario sort of reset once we reclaimed and had a failed breakdown. We're now seeing scenario 1, which is a hold of 67.18 or reclaim and push up into 67.43s. If we can hold up here, then we can see a move up into 67.68. If we, I don't know if you guys can hear my puppy. We just got a puppy and he's doing some crate training, but
Hope he likes tacos.
For NQ, it's lagging, but it did reclaim the 800. So can it now push up into 960s?
Yeah, are we not going to get a puppy appearance? You're going to have a puppy. You gotta.
Yeah, you gotta.
You gotta.
Prove it.
What's the
block
line?
me out,
so then,
guys. Let me go get him.
You got a Simba.
It's
that
only a
thing,
Simba,
man.
yeah.
I'm gonna go get him. Block me out.
Austin, can we get
stuff?
some? Can we get some theme music for this moment?
Yeah. Oh man, Lion King soundtrack. All right. In the meantime, while he's gone, it looks like my Nasdaq's coming into a target. Now I'm using
Take
a
my screen
negative
off.
23% profit target. Oh, here's the pop. You got the pop?
Okay, whatever.
No, you're gone. All right. So I got targets in the NQ 24,877 right now. We're about 10 points below it. So of course I would be completely jinxed if this didn't hit. But my target was the open. I thought I could stretch it a little bit further just because of the speed of that breakout there. That last 5-minute candle at 1040 closed on its highs. Oh my gosh.
Look
I'm in love.
at that. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Forget about markets. Show them the pop. Somebody screenshot that. Somebody screenshot
what's
that.
their name?
And then Stella over here. So this is Ollie. And then Stella over here.
Nice.
Stella's an Aussie doodle, and then Ollie's a mix between a Aussie and a Bernedoodle.
Oh, I was about to. Yeah, they got that little.
An Aussie and a Bernedoodle. So it's an Aussie Bernedoodle.
Beautiful dog.
Yeah.
Right? Wow.
My
brother has a Bernedoodle.
Here's my original baby.
So because it's got the Bernedoodle in it, it'll probably be 40, 50 pounds. Like it'll be like a decent.
It's a mini, so it'll be like 25, 30.
That's awesome, dude.
Come on, push.
Okay, you guys.
We really came 4 points away from my target. I love that.
I tried to tell you, Jack.
You
the
did. You
contracts
did.
were released.
Can we push up higher?
Yeah. You did.
No, we literally can't push higher. It's impossible right now.
Yeah, get some likes up for the dogs at least, guys. Come on.
Yeah, pump
throw some L's in there.
If you don't pump likes for pups, you're just not living right, you know?
Likes for pups. Oil is basing. Not that I'm going long because I already tried that, but
am I not gonna get filled on this long NES? What's going on here?
What's your target?
The 43, 44 area. For partials, at least.
You'll get filled if you put some limited orders in lower.
Come on. Stay outside.
I might actually.
What's going on here?
We've got a 19 quarter.
Looks like we won't be having a trend.
I'm buying in with you now. 19 quarter. I got a limit.
We weren't even at 1.5 R.
Us. You got off the target. Neighbors did like boom. So stuff me. Just dunk.
It was Chris was talking. I interrupted to let you guys know. It was that important. I needed to let you guys know that the buying had been completed.
Well, now I know you. Now I know you. Now I know to listen to you.
Yeah.
When Merritt says go.
Should have said it louder. I had a puppy in my arms.
Yeah, there was a lot of commotion going on there. And now we go from 4 points to my target down 100. It's lovely.
I couldn't hear you over the endorphins, man.
we were amped. That might have been the most exciting 3 minutes on the stream.
Man, bummer. Didn't get a chance to take partials.
Come on, film me. Please film me. What? Look here. I need to figure out. I've just been staring at Chris on this Zoom the whole day. I need to figure out how to blow up the presenter view so I can actually see what's getting. Chris is just taking up a 24-inch screen. High def was a
You're
great.
just staring at Chris's
Great
face
one.
on a 20
Now we got
monitor.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
All right, well, that's
I
what
feel
it
like
get
all
for
in all,
not.
we had a really nice group performance here today. I caught the downside, and you guys caught the bounce. We've pretty much covered the full day's range.
There we go. You got to tell us when to exit though next time. A little louder from the back. He did. No, he did. I'm just not that familiar with volume. I mean, profile or the market auction theory you're referring to. So hey, I'm learning from you. Wow, just missed my 19 quarter entry though. I wanted to get that in the ES. Nada. I still think we're gonna get back up to those targets, but it's just one of those things where it's like, oh, 4 points away, like, and then 100 points down. It would have been a whole new entry for me, and then I just missed my entry in the ES by a tick. But that seems to be. We'll see where we are. I think we'll be able to defend that low. I actually prefer that we took out that most recent low ever so slightly, the 1035, because we just kind of wicked out there. See if we can push back up and get another wave of Merritt's friends.
Yeah, that was a good partial area. I did not take any off, so we'll have to see if we can bounce from here. But these hourly candles are pretty wild.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a volatile session.
With healthy volume running, around with a lot more volume than yesterday. You know what I mean? Like it's slightly above average.
Yeah, I definitely think we have better action here today than we did yesterday. I mean, yesterday it's just a chop up or swift move and then a grind. I mean, although yesterday it's a little easier for me. All right. That low needs to hold. I'm gonna move once we get one time cycle out of this gold. My stop's going below that low, that most recent low here at 1050. We got a few more minutes on. I just personally want to say thank you for everybody here watching, the Ninja Trader team, and Christian for setting us up. And before we get off here, because I know we got, I don't know, a couple more minutes left, at least I do. My time slot was coming to a close.
No problem.
Yeah, it's good to meet you, Jack.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well. Next time I know to listen to you.
Oh, always listen to him. He creates words. He creates a lot of things. Hey guys, I'm Merritt. I create the words that you speak.
That was quick.
That one's funny. See, we can hold 67.18 now on this back test. NQ's really not doing much. It's just a big old chop.
Still kind of holding that breakout area. All right, ES, fill me. I'll be a little more conservative with my ES targets so I can get this 19 quarter.
What market fiber optic? ES?
Are you talking to me? If you
We're not sharing my screen anymore, and we're about to transition to some new guys. So I can walk you through it. There are two main distributions from last week in the S&P, and the dividing LVN between them is 6707. So above 6707, that puts 6790 on the table, the upper edge of last week's distribution. Below 6707, that puts 6607 on the table. That's my weekly S&P volume profile take.
Build on the ES. Let's see here. I'm just gonna look for
Cool. Yo, what's up, fellas?
Streamer boys.
What's up, gentlemen?
Oh, there's 5 of us.
Yeah, big team.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
What's up, XY?
That's a heartbreaker at the highs there, huh?
Yeah. Oh, you're long here?
Yeah, I just got long. Target 46s.
Yeah, this is I'm long here too. I was pretty salty about the high. I was like, man, I got to desk too late, couldn't get a ride on long. Now they're gonna ES broke the new high. It's running. NQ's gonna do it, and NQ had other plans. Looks like. So now I found my way in, luckily. At y'all's expense.
I'm riding the coattails of these bulls from this morning, so I'm along from 670 still.
6, oh, that's like early.
6, 7.
I'm gonna peel some off here. Hold on to half. We're all on the same team now then, right?
Team long. What could go wrong?
A lot.
Don't fade the team.
I don't know. The last time it was a team long, it was me, Kane, and Chris, and we nailed it. It was like the low of day.
That was a good one.
Yep.
All right, do it again then.
Well, we're bouncing back up, so can we go back higher? I think we're all long, right?
Yeah,
I'm trying to get
Mary, did the buyers show back up?
Mare's flat.
I caught the short from that high into the low, and I haven't traded it since. Ask Leo. He's the order flow labs guy. Have the buyers showed back up here, Leo?
Yeah.
They never
definitely
left.
lifting the offer.
They never left. They just kind of they just rested their eyes a little bit.
I'm going to defend my position in the NASDAQ, moving my stop up below that most recent swing low we had in the last 10 minutes. And then
Team
same
long,
thing
target
with
for
gold as
long.
well. I'm long it all.
I wanted to get some gold longs, but it was looking a little dicey. So
Yeah, I'm currently long gold from earlier in the morning, but I'm going to move my targets down to 41.73 here before I get off the mic and stop just above about 4 or 5 points from my entry.
All right, guys, my time is up. I gotta go watch the puppy.
Great pup, man. Thanks for showing it. That was awesome.
what? Everyone got to see the puppy?
Oh yeah. You don't. It's a gorgeous pup.
I want to see the puppy.
Glorious pup.
I will. You guys have a Thanksgiving.
Hey,
Happy
hold on.
Thanksgiving for all of
The
you.
dogs were a top signal, so maybe not the dogs right now.
Just not on camera. Just not on camera.
Yeah. Let's just not
safe,
do
we're
that
safe.
right now. Okay.
Rub that
I was
little,
all
rub that little
excited.
belly. Just pat
I was
that little
gonna
belly,
take
just
some
rub that
profits
little
on
belly.
new highs, and then dogs come out and the market tanks.
No dogs.
Happy Thanksgiving, y'all. We'll see y'all soon.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
See you guys. Have a
Yeah,
good
take
one.
care. Later, chat. Later, Jack.
Okay, well, now it's just us in these longs. Looks like they might there's a lot of selling here. I'm hoping it's not a lower high there.
Yeah, I mean,
But yeah, I'm holding on to this other half for new high or nothing.
I gotta respect these lows right now and just, looks like a pretty good low, right? I
I
do,
wasn't there for it.
I've got to call this out. Like we drew this box on Sunday. I said this is the area we were going to struggle, and here we are. Nice pullback from those 25,000, so 400 points lower.
I got a little boxy box.
Just saying, if you're not on the Sunday week preps, you should join.
Yeah, if you're not on the Sunday prep, you're definitely red right now.
Guaranteed red. Guaranteed red. No, I'm just kidding. No, but it's a great example of how you can use the volume profile, right? This is the only reason this was marked, in addition to that liquidation, break from Thursday. So kind of had a nice little confluence, and the market responded on the test of that area.
Possible.
Yes, just covered. Yeah, no interest up there. Hey, Shab. I'm just promoting the Sunday show. Everyone should watch it. I think Sunday was good in the sense that I think that we had the most viewers on Sunday than prior shows. What time frame on that volume profile? It's a 4-week rolling profile. Sunday shows rock. I agree. They only let me come on every once in a while, but this Sunday you've got Pax, Craig, Sarah, and Blake. I mean, I'm in a couple right here. I don't really mind watching this shop around and even taking a stop, I'll just move this up here for break
I
even.
definitely mind.
I would just kind of like to ride this for higher, and back into, like, I would just target these 25,000s for this trade.
Looks like these gold longs were for real.
What's gold doing? Are you on December or Feb?
Am I on what?
For gold, are you on December or Feb?
December.
Okay.
Should probably roll it over, huh?
I mean, the Ninja Trader platform was trying to roll me yesterday, but there was still no volume in February.
You checked the bar chart or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was a good long. Oh well.
But gold is just
Fractal says,
so
yo,
slow.
just finished taking care of business. Like, you a hitman? What kind of business we talking?
Fractal, what does that mean?
Yeah, what kind of business we talking?
Y'all want to see a dead
Business.
body?
Business
You're a
as
hitman.
in,
If you're a hitman, you have to let us know legally. Yes, I am a hitman.
wow.
Thank you for following the laws. GC volume has moved to Feb today. Okay. All
Oh, it
right.
has? Okay.
Guess I'll roll it later. I think I'll stay off gold now. I just missed this long anyway. It will just be NQ today.
So XY, we have today, mid markets, and tomorrow, trade the open.
Are you doing the close today
Nah,
with me? Oh, who is it? Let me
who's doing the
see.
close?
Oh, it's Nick. Yeah,
Nick
we got an
Fertig.
early day tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got early tomorrow, and then as soon as we're done, I gotta hit the road.
Where you going?
BFE, Texas.
Visit family?
Yeah, my wife's family is in
The in-laws.
the in-laws
Are you
family.
there
Yeah.
you there all week or from tomorrow all the way to the end of the weekend?
No, we're coming. We come back on Friday. Short trip.
How
What
long's
about
that
you?
drive?
It's about 6 hours, five and a half to 6 hours.
Damn. Gold is also oversold. Well, it's bouncing now, so if you took that long, well done, Jaro. Looks like they're gonna take out these two lots in queue here for me.
One dream career come true.
Hitman dream career.
Uh,
Gluten.
oh, it's Nick XYZ and Disgusted Tone. Y'all are gonna have to battle that out today.
Nick's about, I heard what you said, by the way.
Heard what you said, bro.
Annoying.
I'm still alive.
So what caused this haircut this morning? Nvidia dropped hard. Seems like NQ's under a bit more pressure than the others. You guys know? Do I need to look it up?
You know, I did have the 960s
Oh yeah,
as a
Nvidia's
target
down
yesterday,
5.5%.
but I couldn't hold it.
Ooh.
This last hourly candle is crazy. This was a good spot to look for reoffer for sure. First time back into this majority volume that led to about 1,200 points. Yikes.
You're in Grand Lake? Nice. Who are we playing this weekend, brother? I don't even know. Let's look it up.
NQ to 880,
Who are we
please.
playing? LSU? Yeah, we can take care of LSU. No problem. No problem. And then who's after that? I haven't got to go to a game this year. That's it. Is that the last game? Do you think we'll make it? Do you think we have a chance to get into the playoffs if we beat LSU? Maybe I could go to a playoff game. We are in for sure. We're in for sure already. I don't follow the structure so hard. When we are in. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Okay, I'm hearing what you're saying.
Michael Burry has a Substack.
Oh my God, you didn't. Okay, so he started a Substack yesterday, and he's already making like $500,000 a month. I'm not lying.
What is he saying there? Just sell everything?
Probably bad bear porn.
What to sell today? November 25th.
You can pay him $400 a year for bear porn.
You guys should just pay me for that instead. I can find you stuff to sell.
What's a Substack? Yeah, $500,000 in one day. That was the first day.
Dang. Wait, so that was that just yesterday? I'm just hearing about this.
Yeah, it literally launched yesterday. Like, and after 1 week ago, he closed his hedge fund.
Right. I remember seeing that.
Yeah. So he closed his hedge fund to start a Substack.
Yeah, hedge funds, old news. It's all about Substacks now. Substacks and Discords. Wait till he starts a Discord.
We are just balancing at the top of this range up here in the 24/8s. If I was feeling spicy, I would add to this trade here, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, I wonder if he is starting some kind of trend and now like a bunch of hedge fund guys are gonna be like, I should start a Substack. Signal Discord? What to sell today?
No updates yet.
Leo, somebody asked, any updates on the
No,
dog?
I just said no. I was answering them. It's gonna take some time, but you know, the best things take
So
time.
is it true? Is it true that Jigsaw is still able to be integrated with NinjaTrader? Because it was a long time ago, right? Kind of like how TradingView was. Does anybody know? Grok says yes.
It must be true then.
Settled.
Where are you
Thanks.
long from?
Thanks,
Like
Rico.
74.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Where are you long from, actually?
Funny that I'm still alive on these two lots.
Yes, Vintage Trader Stowe is taking some time away to
Still
progress
needs
with
personal time,
personal time with his
and y'all gonna have
family.
to give it to him.
Yeah. And if you keep
I mean,
spamming
they've
the
been working
same,
him.
if you they do be working him.
They be working him.
If you keep spamming the same question, I think that's pretty rude. We need to talk. I'm still waiting on the GC. Oh, right up. Ah,
Morning, man, dude.
I got you. It says recharging is happy in a good mood 24/7. Positive battery. Stowe is touching grass, unlike us, for sure. That's so true.
Yeah, Jeff, it could be quite demanding. I mean, trading's hard enough as it is. To do it in front of an audience on a regular basis. Just add some layers to it. And then it's not just the trading. I mean, you're here to entertain as well. You're here to interact. So, and Stowe is quite an introvert, as ironic as it might seem. So,
He's more introverted than I am. And introverts, when they go out in big audiences, whether it's virtual or in real life, it literally takes the energy out of you. Some of these streams after I'm done, I'm like, I'm dead on the couch for like an hour. I'm on the same wavelength as Stowe. Yes.
appreciate that, yacht. Thanks for hanging out. Also, hit the likes if you guys haven't
Also,
in the
if you
morning.
haven't already hit the like button, go ahead and take care of that business now.
That's probably what's holding the market from
The
making that
market,
new high in
not
Q,
enough
honestly.
likes, not
Yeah.
can't, one like every tick you go up. Aren't
Buyers
all
can only
traders
hold the same
introvert?
spot
Yeah,
for
I think
so
a lot
long.
of traders are introverts. Does anybody have a magic marker
We
that
do
can be
actually.
waved?
It's just
You
the
have one?
thumbs up button on the stream.
Mm-hmm. Cats are usually introverts. Okay.
GC
One
up,
like,
yeah.
one tick up. No likes, ticks down.
Oh, gold gave a second chance. Long.
Uh-huh.
Dang.
Why didn't you call it out? I'm gonna switch to
The S strat?
February.
Nah, this no. And you can't just be using it all the time, you know. The setup is not good enough for it.
Is that your proprietary S
Oh, it's
symbol?
it's very, very, very secret, very saucy. I debuted it some time ago. It was obviously very effective. So chat wants to see more of it, but it's
Mm-hmm.
very secret.
I think I'm gonna bring this volume profile back to back into play here.
Do we know the order flow horse guy? No. Who's the order flow horse? The Diamond S, yeah.
I know who you're talking about. I think he's a good dude.
How was my trip size? You mean trade size? I had four. I took two off on the first move up when it kind of like ripped up right here. So that was cool. I think I got like almost 50 points on those two, and then now we're sitting at the other two in this chop. But I had four on. I had a pretty big day yesterday, so I'm not really trying to do anything crazy for the rest of the week. Or else I'll have a sad Thanksgiving, you know what I mean?
Nobody wants a sad Thanksgiving, bro.
Hmm. The Flow Horse. No, never
Yeah, I
heard.
know him. He's a good dude.
Hanging on by a thread here. I really hope this goes now, or else we're just gonna sit in this even more contracted range. You're good on GC is up. Yeah. Okay, yeah, well, I missed the long, and then I missed the second chance. I didn't know they pulled it back this far, and then it's right at a key area for me too. It's a little line here, but it's okay. NQ's doing what it can, kind of. I think if we can get back to where I TP'd earlier, I'll uh I'll take some off again. Just go down to one for the high and then call it a trade if we can tag it. On the 5 minute nine. So the thing about, so you've read the playbook, I'm assuming. The thing about the EMAs is when they're not really sloped, when price isn't really respecting them, they don't exist to me. They just, to me, like they're worthless for the day, and I don't pay attention to them. If price is continuously just crossing them back and forth, it means that the market really doesn't care about that squiggly line today, and so I shouldn't either. Right now, NQ doesn't care too much about it. It's more so respecting like structure, right? Price action structure. So I just lean on that instead and just look for order flow within certain spots in the structure. So I'm down to one lot
There we
now.
go. There we go. There we go. I brought my volume leg to leg back.
Yeah, I think I might
See
add
that
that
volume?
on.
I just put it below the delta profile basically, so it's just kind of on top of each other.
Oh, now I regret taking that off. But that's all right. We've got one left. New high, IB break, and I will call it good. Hopefully they don't have other plans. I mean, it's a really good candle that's about to close in the 5 minute. So hopefully get some follow through, just enough.
For the OR mid enjoyers out there, does anybody notice what today's low was? Just wondering, if you were a notice or it gapped
We're
it.
moving.
Oh, you're talking
All
about
right, I'm
something
gonna
else.
trail this up about
Previous days OR mid. Love day.
All right, I'm gonna trail this up 50 points here and hope that I get the rest. What are you holding this for? Just infinity?
Yeah, I would just take one at new high of day and then target the other one for. I mean, I'd like to see 25K. Yeah, I
Very
think the market
very
wants.
bullish. All right, I'm gonna start
You got a
trailing
nice
the stock.
pullback, really strong buying in those 600s. No reason to let this trade go early. I think there's a lot of time in the day.
I'm trailing this up to 60 points. Just give me the last 20. I'm trailing it up higher.
Do you
Little off
plot
on
prior days or mid? Yeah, I do. It's just there. Yet only the prior day. I don't do all the. I don't plot all the ORs. Just yesterday is always there. If you can
closed.
share what's something new from this month that you were integrated into your trading process or daily architecture to enhance your performance. Honestly, I don't really have anything for you other than just adapting to the change in market volatility, which I welcome. So for me, that is, reducing sizing, looking for larger moves like, today. Like I'm not, I've got 200 point runner here on 2 contracts. I'm going to take one off here in a minute and then hold the other for higher because, I expect the range to continue to expand to the upside. At least there's a good reason for that to happen. So just adapting in the sense that the market has changed a little bit from the slow summer markets to a bit of volatility. So just kind of making those changes. Other than that, I haven't really added anything new to my process.
Yeah, I haven't added anything new in a while. I
I'm
think
gonna just take that
I've
off.
settled in a good spot where I've got enough and it works. I mean, I have a lot as is. I think adding more stuff I don't think it would benefit me. So I think more so removing stuff at this point rather than adding when it comes to my own trading. But we got that new high, guys. We're done.
Gucci.
It happened. It happened.
Hey, thanks, Jose.
Someone said Ultra says, great trades. You guys are way better at this than some other people I know.
No,
Also,
I'm not.
there are other people that are way better than this than us.
I'm just I'm just a trader, honestly. I've always said that. I'm just as passionate about this game that you guys are. I'm considering just not losing. I want to add that to my strat. Hey, Josh. I think before you click the button, you just have to remember don't lose.
Easier said than done.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
Easier said than done. Sometimes I forget.
What's your approach for target or take profit on your runner? New high of day, we hit it and we just kind of failed. So I took one off there. And then now I want to see yesterday's close overnight high, targeted for like kind of hold this one lot for. I'll see what we do here. And then if it just kind of moons through this, I think it should. Like, there's really not a ton. Well, there's a little bit of congestion around this. But if we break through this, I think it would be just kind of a straight shot back to yesterday's high. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. Just, I use market generated information, context. We pulled back pretty hard. We had 2 nice buying tails here on 30-minute, or sorry, this is a 60-minute. And I still think we target back to this low volume area again and see what we can do on the second attempt through it. So that's it.
Mr. Golden
Why not
Peanut.
move your stop? Because I'll take myself out of the trade before I would basically watch this prior day mid level because all of these stops are here. And if we start to breach like 740s, I may just cover the trade. I need a close.
Mr. Golden Peanut, for a while now, I have not actually traded outside of stream. All my trading has been on stream because I don't like to stay on the charts very long. And so if I'm going to stream, I might as well just use that time window to do my trading. So you guys pretty much see the entirety of my trading. Otherwise, I'd just be trading all day. So that's just gonna fry my brain. Not sustainable for me. Can you review your set for today? Set. Setup? Yeah, it's pretty simple. Well, everyone caught the best longs. I did not because I didn't get to desk until we were here at VWAP, and I was like, well, they could offer this now. They could have a higher low hold. I had no idea. And when they were chopping here, it looked pretty bid, but I didn't want to jump on yet, and it made that big move, and I was like, well, I missed it. Whatever. They're just gonna make the new high now. ES made the new high. But NQ didn't. It fell back, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to get this edge here, see if they can give me something. So I scaled in slowly. I got in one, and then I added two more when it dipped even further. That's why you see my last two lots were like almost a bottom tick. Those are just the last add. So I had four total. First move up about 50 points, took two off, and I held that last two with price just literally tickling the break-even stop, and then it finally ran for the new high. So nothing fancy. It's literally just me trying to get on board with longs. Having a hard time doing so before that first attempt at a high, and then being able to get that second chance back. Um, I wanted to get longs on gold at this level here. I missed this and it went, so I was like, it's over. Didn't realize it came back again and then went again. So gold is pretty simple. It's just this. One line here at drop off of volume with a trap that led lower. If we're holding this and we're building higher, then we're probably going to continue. That's the idea. And that was that line. So missed the gold long, got the NQ. I'm happy. Normally I would be done for the week after yesterday's trade, but I got 3 more streams. So
What happened to my gold chart? Did it just break it?
XY is like the sleepiest of traders. Am I on Pacific? Yeah, I'm Pacific Standard Time. What's that diagram below my chart? It's the tape reader. It's free on OFL, so you can go to orderflowlabs.com and find a study called the tape reader. And then you sign up for the free subscription, and then you get access to this. It is just time and sales. It's the aggregate of the time and sales. Do I always use Heikin-Ashi? Only on the 1 minute. So just this main execution chart right here, gold right here. Everywhere else is just candlesticks.
All right, we found the right gold contract here.
Oh, you flanned it?
No, I'm still long.
You're just so low you can't see it.
I was looking at gold. Gold's coming up to its OR mid.
Well, is order flow available for TradingView? I think they just came out with footprints, but I think it's like
They're
different data.
wrong. It's the wrong. It's not accurate. What ticket person do you use for an AQ?
I think I'm
Sean,
at
I cover that in my write-up on it on painting the tape. So you can read about it on painting the tape.
I think I'm at 12 right now, or
I'm at 12 as well.
yeah. I always change it with the range because I like to keep the entire day's range really scrunched in so I don't get lost. And if I can't see it, then I'll expand it. So mine it just changes with the range. It's nothing dialed in or anything like that. So if the range was wider, price would be more scrunched in and I'd have to expand it to like 16 ticks. Not too long ago, I had to have it at like 24 ticks, right, with crazy range. So for me, it's just a matter of seeing it. What was my entry criteria? A higher hold, a rebid. Do you see it on the order flow? You're good to go. That's it. Today's trade was like super simple. It's literally just following price action and seeing what side is pressing harder, and it's definitely the buy side. I saw that within like 2 minutes of being at desk, even as we're trading into VWAP, you could just see like this. There's a lot of buying. There are a lot more like more urgency in it than the sell side. How I feel the Eagles taking on the Bears, man, they need to just fire the OC. Well, I think it's probably too late to fire anyone now. They could just take away his play calling. That's what I would like. I think that's what everyone would be okay with. Um, but we keep seeing the same story. The Bears are what, third seed, right? Pretty good this year.
How do you feel about the Eagles playing the Cowboys?
Uh, Honestly, not surprised. As soon as the second half started, I was like, I already know where this is going. I've seen this play calling before. This is the let's
The
just stop
Cowboys even
winning.
tried to lose by not taking the points. 2 minutes left, and they were on the goal line. I mean, they tried to
Honestly, both
lose.
teams, it looks like both teams did their best to try to lose, and in the end, they both got what they wanted to
Mhm.
That was
lose.
a stupid sandwich to make, but I really needed to eat something.
It's just that game was horrible. Both teams deserved the L, so that's how I feel about it. I was just like, I've seen this movie. You go up big, you got your foot on their neck, and then the OC goes, you know what? Let's just chill out and try not to lose what we have and just rely on the defense. 3 and outs all day. 3rd and 2, shotgun formation with the best 4 down team in the league. You're insane. Texans crush the Bills. Dude, Texans defense is crazy. It is actually really crazy. Josh Allen got hit more than a running back. Chip Kelly is available. I know I saw. I mean, he was getting paid a lot over there. Honestly, at this point, I would rather just bring Chip Kelly back on than anything's better than what's not really working, right? Everything's working but the offensive scheming.
They sold that last game.
They sold, man. My wife's boyfriend said hello to you and he likes your trading style. Tell him I appreciate that. He sounds like a good dude. Your wife's boyfriend sounds like a pretty decent dude.
You're
How do
only
you
saying
see
that because he was
rebids on
nice to
level
you.
2? Mr. Market, there's a playbook out there for that with examples, visuals. So go to paintingthetape.net and click playbooks and click XYZ's playbook.
It's
And
only
you have your
.net
answer.
because .com is like $2,000 and it's a free website.
Yeah,
So
we do not have that kind of cash. So y'all gonna have to put .net, okay? It is what it is.
we don't have that
We don't have that kind of cash. You guys be asking for too much.
Wonder if people are going to that place.
Start a GoFundMe. Yeah.
Start a GoFundMe for painting the tape.
Injection short on low time frame NQ, high time frame GC. Lunch is prime for reversal long, but hang around. Still need M15 close. That is a mouthful. Donation page for PTT? No,
No.
it's not necessary. You guys just gotta type .net.
You can just type .net.
It stings, I know.
It's not that
but
hard.
You do it enough times, you get used to it. We almost had to launch it on GeoCities, but we got some last minute donations.
Hey, it's not too late. It's not too late.
We got some last minute cash inflows.
We can revert if we want.
We should just make it into a Zanga page. Ninja offering order flow and footprints. Yeah, it's available. Yeah, I think I wouldn't advise the TradingView one because I hear that the data is not consistent. So, and I think Leo just confirmed that earlier.
Yeah.
Leo, someone said, Leo,
What's
you
up?
mentioned you had an article on cumulative volume delta.
Oh, I need to write it. Man, they're
Where
killing
can
me with
I
these.
find? Did you promise
It's
them
not
that
out
you'd write
yet.
it?
Nope. It was previously written. I need to rewrite it for public consumption.
For your information, XY, I asked my girlfriend's husband to tell you this, but just in case he doesn't show, I want to say that I like your trading style. Wow, your guys' significant others have found pretty decent dudes. It's good for them. Good for you guys too.
Yes, Tape Reader is available for the other program that you mentioned. Also for free. Yeah, I wrote an entire little blog thing about CVD. I do have a lot of homework. It's not lost on me, driver trades. He likes you two don't feel left out. I'm feeling pretty left out. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
That's it. Bring him on stream. He has to say it to Leo in person.
My husband's girlfriend is my sister. I don't even know. Where do you go with that?
Chat's crazy, dude. Chat, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
chat's crazy. You give them an inch, they take a mile, and they run with it.
They do. They really do. I like you too, Fractal.
What is my favorite price action confirmation to enter a trade? Like, I don't know, I guess we'll like a doji candlestick. Two of
Chat,
them actually.
Can you just do us one favor and just hit the thumbs up button? Like, we have banger trades, a banger chat, a great opening trade session this morning, and we have 500 likes. That's like bottom of the barrel.
So you guys don't like it. Got it. You guys should tell your sisters, wives, boyfriends
To log into their YouTube.
to log in to hit the like if they really like what they're seeing. Otherwise, I might think you guys are lying. I don't know if you guys really do have a sister, cousin, wife with a husband.
I'm calling fake.
Yeah, that's probably fake. Is it wise to stay in a short setup I have on MYM? It's been sideways. I think if you have to ask, it's probably not. It's either within your strategy or it's not. So
Asking me for advice on YM is like asking a Toyota mechanic what they should do with their Lambo.
that's a good way to see it.
Actually, the Lambo isn't right because YM is not a Lambo. It'd be reverse.
The Bugatti.
Yeah. It's like asking a Bugatti mechanic how to fix the Toyota Corolla.
A Ford Pinto.
Yeah.
XYZ, look at NQM1. I'm looking at it, and it's the same thing I'm looking at for, I don't know, what feels like an hour now.
Tape reader is absolutely part of freemium. It sure is.
I asked my next ex-baby mama to do it as well. Thank you. We appreciate that, Mr. Reinvestment. Already gave thumbs up to Chris' new puppy. That's fair. As long as you hit the thumbs up.
The YM is a Cadillac. It may not be as fast as the other sports cars, but it's a luxury and it appeals to old people.
That's the first time I've ever heard of YM being referred to as a
Appealing.
luxury designer. You telling me the Dow is designer?
You want to hear the funny? Okay. I've got in my younger years, I had some friends that were super into cars. One of his parents was a Cadillac mechanic, right? So he worked on Cadillac motors. And he also had a 1985 um the Back to the Futures car, the Fiero. He had a 1985 Fiero, and he put a 32 valve North Star Cadillac motor.
Back to the Futures. Wasn't that DeLorean?
Yeah, DeLorean. But this wasn't DeLorean. It was the
Oh, it's the
Fiero.
Fiero. It's the one everyone
Fiero.
makes into a fake Ferrari.
Right. So he put the 32 valve North Star Cadillac motor in the back of the Fiero. It's heavier than that motor is so heavy. It's rear wheel drive, right? So the engine in the back, it's rear wheel drive. This thing was a 10-second car. And it got like 30 miles to the gallon. And
Hold
then
on.
he put
30
120.
mpg as
Yeah.
a 10-second car?
Yeah.
That's insane.
I'm probably exaggerating. It's probably like 25 miles to the gallon, but there was no, like, you step on the pedal, it would just go. There was no peeling out whatsoever. It's just instant throttle. And then he put 100 shot of nitrous on it. I didn't ever get to drive it with the nitrous, but I definitely drove it without, and damn, it was fun to
Wait, so
drive.
is it 10 seconds with or without nitrous?
I think it was with the nitrous.
With the
It might have been like 11 and a half without. But it was fast. I mean, it was a total sleeper car too. So like you could roll up. I mean, the outside was totally stock. You would never know it, right? So you could like roll up to a Camaro or Corvette or something, and egg them on to race you, and you would just leave them like instantly in the dust.
Sleeper Fiero, huh? It does sound like a death trap.
We need a sound clip of Leah saying, "What? Oh my gosh." Is this screen, guys, coming from Ninja or from Order Flow Labs? It's Ninja Trader with Order Flow Labs tools.
I live my life a quarter pounder at a mile.
That's great. Is Tape Reader not available for MotiveWave? I mean,
Someone said they can't find it for MotiveWave.
it should be. Just send me a DM, like on Twitter.
It's got to be feet pick or
serve
he
you
won't
up.
respond. That's kind of like his captcha. You guys have captchas for Leo. If he doesn't see a feet pick, he
Are
just
you
tosses
on a trade? Yes, I am on a trade. Yes. I call it in a trade, but on a trade works too. It looks like, but it's too small. There's only so much, that we can do to make it legible. I mean, just does the position size thing or position tracker need to be bigger? Let's try. I noticed XYs is like pretty big.
I'm what?
your position tracker is bigger than mine.
Well, you can like expand it and
I have
contract.
FOMO.
I expanded it because sometimes I have gold on too, so people can see. Does get in the way.
The font size, I think, is what I need to make bigger.
PC version,
Atención!
yeah, using desktop.
Is that
What
better?
did? Oh, this is a good one. All right. Someone asked, what did you guys do when you missed out on a trade when you first started? When I first started, if I missed out on the trade, I'm getting on the trade. Also, when I first started, I didn't miss out on a trade because I was in a trade everywhere, chopping myself up or averaging down or doing all this and that. So that was, yeah, when I first started, a lot of dumb stuff. Fucking chat. How do you connect Ninja with labs? Um, the same way you apply other third party. Actually, no, I think there's another process. That's a Leo question.
Wait, what?
Someone said, how do you connect Ninja with labs?
How do you connect it?
There's like some sort of file you have to drop in first before
Yeah.
dropping in the
You have
indicators,
to,
right?
if it's, you just go to the freemium channel if it's premium and follow the step-by-step instructions, or if you are a member, you get told what to do. Like you can't miss it, but you import the zip file and and follow the steps from there. It's totally easy to follow.
I was not watching when you entered your NQ tray. Later heard you said he was bullish sitting at table. Okay, well, we can make that really quick. So
Do you
first
know
thing I
any
noted.
pro trader who uses McDonald's? Yeah, I think pro traders probably have McDonald's.
If they don't use McDonald's, they're not a pro trader. They might not even be human. But whoever was asking about the long that I had trouble getting into, it was just I have the zone right here. It's very clearly a tapered spot that's kind of like a above or below, and I saw that price already entered it. Huge wick off and another huge wick off. So we're forming the candle prior to this one at the time. And you look lower time frame, we're holding it, we're holding higher, we're building higher, we're bumping our head at VWAP, but it's not offering, right? They're just for me, when I say okay, you can see within 2 minutes, it's a lot more bullish, is the urgency of buy orders far outweighed the sell side. There was just so much buying, even as price continued to go lower, you can see the buying still rushing in. And they chop again right in the middle of the range and they just go up, right? So now at the time, I'm like, well, I think I missed it. But they came back and I got in long. That's pretty much as simple as it was. It's just what decision has been made by the market? Well, they tested the zone and they found a bid out of it, and then they held higher again. So to me, that choice was made and it's done. Two big wicks on the upside, building volume on the upside, and then just holding the upside. So super easy, super simple. Just a matter of hitting the button.
Todos en
But
casa.
if you just paid attention to the order flow, you definitely could see. You can see the
Los
vibe
queremos
there
mucho y los
that
extrañamos.
the
Está todos en
buying
casa.
was not shutting
Estamos
off,
bien, no se preocupen.
and sell side really
Los
wasn't doing
queremos
much.
mucho y los extrañamos. Está todos en
Can
casa.
you
Estamos
just
bien, no se preocupen.
take everything you said and
Los queremos mucho y los extrañamos. Está todos en casa.
get on Twitter Spaces
Estamos bien, no se preocupen.
and do a 4-hour Twitter
Los queremos mucho y los
Spaces.
extrañamos. Está
Let's
todos en
call it
casa.
Estamos bien, no se preocupen.
let's call it a lecture
Los queremos mucho y los extrañamos.
and just say the
Está todos
same
en
thing
casa.
you just said, but
Estamos bien, no se preocupen.
make it seem like way more complicated.
Los queremos
No, I
mucho
think
y los
I'll make a
extrañamos.
YouTube
Está todos en
series and
casa.
call it the 2025
Estamos bien, no se
mentorship
preocupen.
and make it
think that's
over
Los queremos mucho y los
25
extrañamos.
videos,
Está
30
todos en casa.
videos.
I think that's been done
Estamos
before.
bien, no se
Has it?
preocupen.
Yeah.
Huh.
Los queremos
I'll go check it
mucho
out.
y los extrañamos. todos en
Maybe
casa.
my trading will look completely different. My
Estamos
charts
bien,
will
no se
turn white.
preocupen.
Los
The
queremos
ghost in the
mucho y los
machine.
extrañamos. A todos en
Maybe.
casa.
Estamos
There's
bien,
no
no
ghost
se
in the machine yet,
preocupen.
right? I'll be the first.
Los queremos mucho y los extrañamos. A todos en casa.
Someone said no.
Estamos
Okay,
bien, no
maybe
se
not. Jeez.
preocupen.
Los queremos mucho y los extrañamos. A todos en casa.
You're gonna get kidnapped.
Estamos bien, no se preocupen.
You heard the volume profile ain't
Los
shit.
queremos
Yeah,
mucho y los extrañamos. A todos en
I've heard
casa.
the same through the
Estamos
rumor
bien,
mill.
no se preocupen.
Los queremos mucho y los extrañamos. A todos en casa.
Estamos bien, no se preocupen.
Hey guys. Los queremos mucho
Hey, Jim.
y los extrañamos.
Hey, Jim.
A todos en casa.
Good job
Estamos
today.
bien,
I
no se
learned a lot.
preocupen.
What'd you learn?
What'd you
specifically?
learn?
Los queremos
Well, I
mucho y
learned
los
that
extrañamos. A todos
XYZ
en
has a
casa.
bigger position tracker
Estamos
than
bien,
we
no se
do.
preocupen.
That's pretty crucial. That
Los
is a
queremos
key
mucho
bullet
y
point
los
for the
extrañamos.
stream. Yep.
A todos en casa.
Estamos bien, no se preocupen.
I have increased the size of my position tracker
Los
with a
queremos
little
mucho y los
nitrous.
extrañamos. A todos en casa.
Well, they have a lot of products out there for that kind of thing today.
Los queremos mucho y los extrañamos.
Well,
Size
A
increase
todos en
products.
It
casa.
doesn't matter in this case.
Estamos bien, no se preocupen.
That's what she said.
Los queremos mucho
It's
y
always a
los
good time when
extrañamos.
Jim pops
A
on.
todos en casa.
There's all the things we're not allowed
Estamos
to.
bien, no se preocupen.
Oh my
Los queremos
goodness.
mucho y los
Nice
extrañamos.
trade you got
A todos
cooking
en
there,
casa.
Thanks. Yeah,
This thing is
I'm
like
gonna run this
marinating
for-
at this point. It's just
I mean, the market was generous enough to rip, a couple 400 points off of, that 25K and give us a nice
Yeah.
buyable low that I think we can hold for. I'm gonna hold this all day.
all
Yeah,
day or
okay.
25K.
To algo time? Or you're just gonna mark it on close?
Yeah. I either get stopped for here. I'll move my stop to yesterday's mid or close it at the close.
Got it. I like
So I either make you guys do this math for me, please. I either make like 80 points or 200, 300 points. I like that risk to reward.
It's not a
Yeah.
bad spot to be in.
Well, I like the fact you just move your stop up. That's good. For sure. XYZ, I got a question.
Yeah.
You have a 24-hour VWAP on your chart.
Yeah, it's the best squiggly line you'll ever have.
Is it truly 24 hours or is it session VWAP?
It's just a
It would
full
start
session.
from Globex open.
Yeah,
Okay.
just a full session VWAP.
I thought maybe you had some fancy rolling, programming. Just 24
Oh,
hours.
no.
No.
Definitely not. I'm not capable.
Okay. Just wanted to
He's
clarify.
not that smart.
Yeah, I'm not that smart. I just look at the chart and I like kind of try to feel the vibes and
Yeah.
I click some buttons. Yeah, that's how it'd be with me.
That's good. Vibe trader. I like that.
Vibes trader.
Oh my god.
I think, Jim, there's a problem with the likes. I think they're broken. We only have like
Well,
550.
Yeah, that's definitely broken.
I think you should talk to production about that, or
Well,
maybe
let's
YouTube.
let's talk to the. I mean, I thought you did an okay job today. I mean, I would say you did a great job today. So I'm not sure.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what the problem is, but something's definitely broken.
You think it could be a YouTube thing?
I could see through the reflection of Jim's glasses that he's frantically pulling up the stream to like it right now. So we'll get a boost right now. We'll get one.
You're gonna definitely. I can't even find it anymore. I'm trying to do the. Paul Woolman was.
I
awesome. He
think,
was awesome.
Jim, have you considered just getting us a new chat, just replacing the chat we have currently?
I mean,
No, they're
566.
irreplaceable.
566 is not bad. I mean, right now we have.
Is it enough to let us leave?
Well, it's a holiday weekend. So,
How
yeah,
gracious.
I think so.
Very gracious.
Yes. XYZ, you're coming back this afternoon, right?
Yeah.
Very good.
Someone said reporting the stream.
So you and Nick are coming back.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep. And then me and Leo bright and early tomorrow.
Bright and early. XY has to wake up tomorrow.
It's actually still dark by the time I wake up tomorrow. It's not even bright yet.
Now join the club, guys. All right, man. Thank you for this morning. It was awesome. You guys, thank you, chat, for being super cool. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up button. Thank you for hitting that subscription button. These guys are working hard on our behalf. We appreciate it. Leo, great trade. We're going to keep our fingers crossed you get that 300 points.
I'm pulling for it.
All right, all right. All right, guys. I will talk to you soon. I'm going to do a quick edge report, and we will keep moving here.
Thanks, Jim. See you, chat.
See you guys.
All right, all right. Where are we at here? All right, let's go to gold. Let's start off with gold right now. This is kind of, tight $45 range today, $46 range today, give or take a couple of ticks. So relatively tight. Nice volume profile, very, it's a little blocky in the middle. The value area is a little blocky, I'll give you that. But the official point of control is a little bit lower toward closer to the bottom of the value area at 41.63. Right now we're dancing around VWAP. We just tapped that session VWAP. And pretty close to it, as a matter of fact, pretty much unchanged. A couple things to think about. We did have resistance up here, clearly defined overnight, and again pre-market 41.85 on the upside. That one-day max, we did achieve that, so we did have some movement. On the downside, the London initial balance low is almost the same as the U.S. Initial balance low, so it's pretty close. Pivot right underneath that. So we'll see if we end up breaking out one way or the other. Right now, it's totally value area trading or mid-value area trading, really. I mean, we've really kind of gone through that VWAP pretty much nonstop all session long. So I'm going to keep my eye on that VWAP and see if we can kind of bounce from the top of that the top of the initial balance, which is like the recent, right? This is after the bell rang. That's the RTH resistance level right there. Yeah, we peaked up above it a little bit, but then came all the way back down. And then support is the midpoint. I think XYZ was talking about this, of the initial balance as well. So we'll see some oscillation between there unless something kind of breaks. Let's shoot over to the E-mini S&P real quick. And by the way, that was the February gold contract. Let's go over to the E-mini S&P. Still in the December, not close to rolling. We still got another few weeks before we're going to roll this one. We'll be in December, actually the month of December when we roll. So really nice breakout to the upside here. This was the the IB high. We flirted with it right here at 10:30 to 11 o'clock candle. This is a 30-minute candle. And then sellers rejected it, brought us back into the IB. And then next candle, confirmation candle, boom, we hit it. We closed above it, and then off to the races, all the way up to call resistance at 67.50. So that's going to be a big level to get through. If we have continuation buying, great, but it's still a big level to get through. We have, above that, we have that blind spot 3. We have that JAX 2 level, which is kind of important at 67.60, and then R1 slightly above that. Continue further up. We have that 67.75 at JAX 3, and then that 67.90 at one-day max. We'll see. We'll come back and track this after launch. On the downside, really, JAX 1 is all the way down at 6,700. Looks like it's in the rearview mirror. It's about 49 handles below us right now. Support really is defined by the bottom of the value area on the volume profile, and that's at 67.03. Nice point of control up here. Should we get a retracement back down? 67.23 is another kind of important level to keep an eye on. Let's just check out the Bitcoin. Lastly, but not leastly, I believe is a statement. I'm still in November. This is a monthly contract. It's kind of weird. Your platform might have tried to roll you over, but there's 45,000 contracts traded today. So this is still where I'm going to be at. And I'll check it tomorrow. I'll pull up both of them tomorrow, the November and the December contract, just to see where the volume is. And that's the one I want to trade. But really, it's truly a rollover at the end of the month. But sometimes volume picks up a day or two before the end of the month. Again, session VWAP in the rearview mirror here. We can't get a candle to close above it really since 1 o'clock in the morning. And we have kind of a really interesting kind of initial balance here, regular trading hour initial balance. I know this is the Bitcoin. It trades 24 hours on the cash side of things. But really defining the top of the conversation is the IB high, and that's at 87,250 with that VWAP a little bit higher there. Keep trying to bump up against it. Sellers bringing us down. Sellers bringing us down. As a matter of fact, it's happening as we speak. JAX 1 is right in the middle there. Got 87,000. And then defining the bottom of the conversation really is the bottom of the midpoint of the initial balance, which is approximately 86,667. One day min, we wick through that, but then pop back up. So buyers are coming in here once we get to this level here at 86,667. And S1 is in the mix too, all the way down here. If you're super conservative, waiting for a pullback to try to get back in on the long side, alternatively watch for a breakout on the downside. Put support 85,000. That is this afternoon's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here today. Great community, great presentations today, great traders, great everything. CME folks were with us this morning earlier as well. So if you want to go back and rewind and see some of those alternative trading products, which are awesome by the CME group, go ahead and check out this morning's stream on replay. Having said all that, look forward to being back here with me and Shai at 2:30. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch, relax, and we will talk to you soon.
Hola guapo, ¿qué tal? Me alegro de verte por aquí. Ven a saludar cuando quieras. Hola guapo, ¿qué tal? Me alegro de verte por aquí. Ven a saludar cuando quieras. Hola guapo, ¿qué tal? Me alegro de verte por aquí. Ven a saludar cuando quieras. Hola guapo, ¿qué tal? Me alegro de verte por aquí. Ven a saludar cuando quieras. Hola guapo, ¿qué tal? Me alegro de verte por aquí. Ven a saludar cuando quieras. Hola guapo, ¿qué tal? Me alegro de verte por aquí. Ven a saludar cuando quieras. Hola guapo, ¿qué tal? Me alegro de verte por aquí. Ven a saludar cuando quieras. Hola guapo, ¿qué tal? Me alegro de verte por aquí. Ven a saludar cuando quieras.
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I'm Tracy Schuchart, senior economist, and here are the headlines while we were away. We had a 5-year Treasury auction. It tailed this morning. I give it a C-. Much like the previous two-year sale, the Treasury's 5-year yield entered the auction at its lows of the day. Unlike yesterday, today's offering tailed by half a basis point. Demand details were similar to yesterday's. Bid to cover 2.41. Direct takedown were both above 1-year average, but not outrageously so. Indirect buying was correspondingly below average, dealers taking down their usual. The lack of concession at the Treasury auction might ordinarily suggest little scope for a further rally today, but as the street once again seems to have rate cut fever, the details of the sale might not matter too much for the 5-year. Next, we have Hassett emerges as Trump's frontrunner for the Fed. We kind of knew this. There's been talking about it. Poly market is up to 50% right now, chance of him being the next chair. Now, first, if he is, get ready for Easy Street. Got ZERP, got QE. Throw it the cold kitchen sink at it. Personally, I think Waller would likely be a better pick if you care more about Fed experience, institutional continuity, and kind of perceived independence. Hassett would mean more overtly political, rules-focused regime shift that kind of raises a bigger credibility for the Fed and market risk questions. So there are a lot of people actually worried about this decision. But then again, the president, nothing is set in stone. The president has surprised us before, so don't mark that down as 100% chance just yet. We did have the curve steepen as the report, again, rekindled the independence worry about the Fed. The market kind of will see Hassett's potential nomination biasing the Fed too dovishly, given his views for bigger rate cuts. And we also have the dollar grind lower with that news coming out that he's seen as the front runner. So we will see what happens on that front. We should get a decision at least before the beginning of next year. So it could happen I would think anytime between now and the end of December. Trump is also weighing the removal of FBI Director Kash Patel and replacing him with Andrew Bailey, just on the government front. Then we had, we were talking about this morning, there was this big, kind of push on Alphabet, aka Google, because their Gemini came out and everybody is thinking it's a big leap forward for AI, and that was putting pressure on NVIDIA stock because they don't use NVIDIA chips, they use their own chips, the TCUs. But of course, we had NVIDIA responded, said it's delighted by Google's success after reports that Google may supply Meta with its custom AI chips as well. We also saw Meta up on that. NVIDIA stressed its partnership with Google still remains strong and will continue to supply Google their cloud arena. But it was just kind of funny. And the side kind of nudge was they noted that their chips, NVIDIA is saying this, is a generation ahead of the Google chips. So we'll see about that. I just thought that was a little bit funny. We had Raymond James come out and say the S&P 500 is entering a corrective phase and that it could take it down by 8 to 10% within the next 3 months. So another research firm coming out and saying they're not quite sure this pullback is done yet. We'll see what happens, though they did say it in the next 3 months, so we could still get a Santa rally. It's okay. Then moving on, we had the budget deficit numbers come in. Budget deficits The U.S. budget deficit was $284 billion. Consensus was $235 billion. Prior was $257 billion. So our budget deficit is higher, shockingly. And last but not least, breaking. There is an 88% chance, according to Kalshi Betters, that Americans will receive stimulus checks of $2,000 from Donald Trump by next summer. So there you will. And with that, I will pass it off to Jim for an Edge report.
Thank you, Tracy. Fractal, you're right, for sure. Tracy is not AI. She is OG. And you can't pack that amount of personality into AI, by the way. I met her, I know. In any event, let's take a look at the E-mini S&P right now. A couple interesting things here. So this is a daily candle. I know I got a lot of squiggly lines all over the place. Right now we're trading at 61.62, above Pax's quarterly pivot, above that 38.1% retracement. I added a couple of anchored VWAPs, though, to the chart. One of them was from the highs back here on the 29th, and that's that top white line, and you can kind of trace it along. We're trading right at that level right now, a tad bit ahead of it, above it, just a tad bit. The other anchored VWAP I added was, remember that big red China trade candle? I added that one as well. And we're trading, again, just a little bit above it. Look how close these two VWAPs are. So there are investment managers, traders, and other folks looking at this, allocating resources accordingly to large orders and large clients. So those anchored VWAPs are kind of important right now. Right now, we also are seeing sellers come in pretty repeatedly since November 14th, around 67, 65. You could see seller's wick, nothing, seller's wick, and then a seller's wick right now. So this area of resistance in my mind is pretty keen right now. And I would spot it at 67, 64. Even with these three big white soldier candles here, we'll see if we can get some penetration further north today. I'm not quite sure. Going intraday, we hit that call resistance level, which we talked about early this morning, which was kind of important at 67,500. We're trading firmly above that right now. But a second distribution is kind of developing here from the volume point of view, with a competing point of control around 67, 67 as well. A little bit of retracement happening right now. I don't have a measurement up yet, but it's probably not even 0.23%. Yet. Right at that JAX2 level, and we're way north of that call resistance level. So this is still looking pretty strong on intraday. We'll see if this low volume node or low volume area, whatever you want to call it, gets filled in or not today, or I should say this afternoon, but we'll see. Really, I think my line in the sand is 67.50 for this market. Let's shoot over to Treasury bonds, though. Kind of like, again, we're in the March contract, not the December anymore, but the daily candles are going to look the same. So area of resistance, we keep bumping up against it. We've been in this consolidation range ever since the 31st of October, the top being defined around 117 in 24.30 seconds, the bottom being defined around 116 in 13.30 seconds. So about 42 ticks, if you think of it that way. But we have some stuff cooking in the middle here. We have, we had that ADMA cross over the 50 a couple days ago. We have that ADMA converging with the 21 EMA and looking to cross over. That would be bearish. From a chart point of view, we'd have to see a candle close above this area of consolidation. Not saying it's out of the question, but sellers did kind of push us back down today. So right now, 117.23, 30 seconds is kind of where we're at. The Fed funds tool last time I checked was predicting an 84% chance of a rate cut. So this is starting to get baked in the cake for the December 10th meeting. Intraday, if you're trading bonds intraday, which I highly recommend, is a P-shaped volume profile, almost perfect P-shape, a capital P, I should say. I guess it would be a small case P too. Doesn't matter. It's a P. Anyway, point of control is, I think this is it, right? It's a 25. We've touched it or traded with it every single 30-minute candle except this guy right here around lunchtime, and then this current candle right here. So we'll we'll see. Again, I think that's going to be sticky today. It'll be hard to get this thing to move. Bottom of the value area at 19, top of the value area at 29. That's kind of framing the conversation for this marketplace. Real quickly, we're going to hop over to the Bitcoin. November, we'll probably be looking at volume for December tomorrow, if not on Monday for sure. But right now, it's still November. Remember, peak to where we're at right now. Peak to where we're at right now. This is a 32.47% move. So a big drawdown in the Bitcoin. This trend channel is pretty keen on the downside. We're not breaking out of it at all. We're kind of still staying within that trend channel, looking kind of negative. Red candle today. April lows, I have an ellipse, a dotted ellipse. There's my target right there, around that 76,000 level. Not out of the question to see this in the next week or so. Then you got to decide, we load up or are we going to go even further down? I don't know. Intraday. Well, intraday, we're trading below. VWAP has been messy, but we're trading below VWAP right now. Big sell-off here, right past that one-day min. S1 is defining the conversation. Targets to the downside, previous session's low, 85,220, and put support 85,000. That is this afternoon's Edge report, and we are ready to trade the close with Nick and XYZ. Hey, gentlemen.
What's up?
Oh boy, what a day. What a day. It's great when you see these holiday weeks where you get some action, right? I mean, it's only Tuesday. Wednesday is still more to come tomorrow, but we've seen some stuff happening this last couple days.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it there, Jim. I have been nursing a cold all weekend and yesterday. So haven't been as active trading and didn't really I was at the desk for a little bit yesterday and decided just to close it up. So didn't do a whole lot.
Yeah, XYZ looks like you're busy already. Looks like you're short.
Oh no, I'm flat.
You're flat.
I'm flat right now, yeah.
I'm short.
Oh, I'm looking at Nick's screen. I'm sorry. Nick looks like he's short.
Yes. I'm short ES from 72s and a quarter. Just kind of, to quote my good friend XY here, we were kind of building his little dead body up there.
It's there.
It was there. And we may have left all of those lovely buyers behind. So yeah,
it's there.
We'll see. We'll see if this continues. I was looking for this rotation kind of back towards the breakout spot. So down towards 6740s would be ideal. And I'll kind of go to just a runner down there, but small short. As I said, I don't feel great. So just trying to keep it light. I historically have not traded during this holiday week. It's not my favorite week to trade.
But, with this trade being as good as it is so far and a potential even bigger winner, that's got to be some good medicine for you, Nick.
Oh, 100%. Nothing's worse than taking a drawdown while also being sick while trying to manage trades from the couch on your phone and then taking a loss. And you're like, what am I doing? I'm not in the headspace to trade.
You're playing on hard mode. That's all it is.
You just need 2 ibuprofens and a dose of Nick's short position and we'll be good.
Yeah, Nick's short during power hour at the top of the range for the day. Shocker. Where have we seen this movie before, guys? I get myself into the situation and sometimes it works. A lot of the time it doesn't.
Well, if it works, it'd be really nice. I wouldn't mind it.
I would really love to see NQ kind of push back towards those 880s that IB high.
I'm kind of building into a short right now too.
I like it.
Yeah.
So by the way, you were not, who was it? You guys who was talking about power hour not being power hour anymore? Or was that
I've
Leo?
said it, but also many others have, but hopefully things have changed.
Yeah, well, we'll see today. That's for sure. What are you looking at, XY?
Possible short. They're not playing ball right now though, so I'm scratching out of this. I was slowly getting in. I think I had 2 lots on. But I still do like the shorts. I'm just gonna wait for it. I'm gonna wait for a better reaction from the sell side.
Generational dip buyer stepping in here, apparently. Price is not seen since yesterday's close.
It's a good spot for an offer. I have it marked on my charts too, so I'm willing to. It's just I want to see the sellers play ball first.
All right, there you have it, everybody. I'm going to get ahead of this right here and right now. We're not going to do what we did this morning, and we're just going to say it out loud. Listen, these guys are working hard. They're trading, working hard in front of everybody. Let's hit that thumbs up button. Let's hit that subscribe button. And keep doing what you're doing, chat, and the folks listening to us. Great community. This is the best community I've been involved in, and I'm not just saying that because I get a paycheck. It is absolutely true. Everybody in here is really positive, helps each other out. Very funny, which is always good, entertaining, but there's not a lot of there's no negative stuff here. There's no caustic stuff. So that's what makes this community so great. It's hard to do. What these guys are doing is really hard to do, especially in front of people, and especially explaining what you're doing when you're trading your accounts. So it's not easy. So we appreciate that. So thank you, Nick and XYZ. Thank you, everybody, for being here with us today. Thank you for the thumbs up. We greatly appreciate that. And I'll be on the chat side, guys. I wish you the best of luck on your trades.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, Dan, I am working my ass off. I think since getting back, so coming back from Japan, I didn't even get 1 day in between streaming again in Japan. So I landed the next morning, I'm right back on. I'm doing 10 days straight. So from Japan straight to Thanksgiving. So please hit the like. I haven't seen Alfonso actually. Yeah, where all the emotes at?
I think he got replaced
it's a holiday.
by Gemini or one of the other ones. Seller stuff. I'm trying to step back in here at 76. And guys, I apologize if I sound nasally or terrible. They said I made this joke to XY and Jim in the green room, but if you guys remember, we had my daughter's first birthday a little over a week ago now, and someone's petri dish of a child brought something into my home. Is the joke the verbiage that I chose to use. And so my 1-year-old got sick, and since I was taking care of her because she wasn't sleeping through the night, I got sick.
It's a bit of slippage.
Here we are.
It's just a bit of slippage. Are they going to sell now?
I really hope this sells. Not just because I'm short, but because I hate watch this move up above the IB high for some reason.
Yeah, I don't like this. The bid's still here. They need to chill out. The high doesn't look amazing either. That's for sure.
You know what? It looks fine to me, sir.
It doesn't look the best. Hope it works out. I think I'll stay out of this.
I wasn't at my desk during the liquidation candle this morning, so I was just sitting watching chop, and eventually this slow melt up breakout higher. So this has been a fun day for me.
Yeah, I caught the longs, so I'm pretty content with that. And I mean, I'm still willing to take the shorts. It's just the bid needs to just relax just for a second.
But chat.
Did you trade in the morning?
What?
Did you trade in the morning?
No, I missed it.
Mm.
I wasn't at the desk. I still was kind of up throughout the night, so I ended up moving out of bed at 5 just because I felt like I was caught or sneezing and moving around, so I was gonna wake my wife, which I was trying not to do. So I went to the couch and then I passed out for 2.5 hours. So I kind of just took that as a blessing.
What a good husband. What a considerate husband.
I mean, I'm a light sleeper, so I think if someone did that to me, I'd be wide awake with them. And once I'm up, I'm kind of awake. My brain biscuits start turning. So yeah, if you've ever seen Nixon Discord somewhere at whatever 3 a.m. Eastern, it likely is I woke up, and it's not because I'm trading Globex. It's I'm doing other things because my brain is on. and
You
I just got to kind of
accidentally
start
woke
my
up.
day. Although, shout out to Starbucks because the medicine ball tea is still one of my favorite things.
I was gonna say that's a very festive cup you got there.
They went to their holiday cups.
Very festive. Hit the likes. Hit the likes, chat.
Yeah, we're you are safe. Starting tomorrow, in my book, you are safe to put out any and all Christmas decorations without getting yelled at.
I mean, some people are disrespecting Thanksgiving. They're already putting up the Christmas decorations.
I believe the day before Thanksgiving is fine to start grabbing the boxes, getting organized, putting away the Halloween stuff. Although there's no Halloween decorations in this house. We're just a fall household, so it's just a lot of like glass pumpkins and things that can work for both holidays.
So this is really some compelling stuff here.
No, it's not.
Very compelling around.
I have been in this short for a significant amount of time.
A literal high of day short.
Yeah, pretty much. I've been in since like a little before 1. But they may run me out of this. I don't know. I'm not loving this anymore.
Yeah.
One more time. One more time.
I'm actually probably gonna get long. here.
Exactly.
Go for those highs.
One more time. One more time.
You gotta do what you gotta do. I'm only 2 lots. I'm pretty happy with the day so far with the morning, so I'm just gonna just a little tiny bit. I lied. I got 3. Never
Well,
trust what I say.
all right, sellers, do or die here for my short. Yeah, I don't love this. They're gonna come get me, aren't they?
Thanksgiving is such an aesthetic holiday. Yeah, the fall aesthetic.
You know what?
What is this happening backstage, Nick? It sounds really spooky.
Well, apparently in my
Guys, you're hearing it now live, developing live right now. Nick's house is haunted.
No, it's so I got a new sound mixer for the stream because my other one broke. They sent me a new one, and apparently I didn't route it correctly because they were hearing very faint background music from my other computer being pushed through. So I will figure that out. But as it is being said in the chat, the only way to get rid of ghosts is to hit the like button.
The ghosts hate the like button. Ghosts hate this simple trick. I am gonna try to scale out of 1, maybe in the middle of this node here. Sorry, Nick. I had to do it to you.
I mean, it's all good. I'll live. I will survive.
Not unless they don't hit the likes.
That is true.
The ghosts are gonna get you.
Betrayal.
I mean, they're gonna film me, right? It has to happen, right?
I mean, they're
It's like a
probably gonna.
huge volume, like little shelf right here. What is this? Who's sitting here? 124 lots. Why are they doing this? $74. There you go. Okay.
Where'd you get in at? 75s?
I just took one off around 25 points. I'm gonna try to hold on to these two for a new high or something. Or I'll just yeah, I'll do this. Big Ghost suppressing likes for years. Yeah, Big Ghost, man. Evil Corp. I need to just run over whoever is sitting here. 500. Is everyone, are you guys all on this even 500 number here?
I moved my stop to break even at this point.
Yeah, I think if ES makes a new high first,
They
I'll
want it, they
just
can come get
flatten.
me.
Get them. Let's see, ES high is at 74s. So it looks like ES is gonna trade their high before NQ does. I'll flatten there.
Here it comes.
What level is the
XY, you're
red
muted again.
box? Red box is this right here.
XY, you're muted.
The hell? I'm muted? I don't think so. Am I muted? You guys hear me?
Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's me.
I'm telling you, Nick's house is haunted. See? Telling you. Anyways, this red zone is just this. It is
Oh,
pretty much a low volume spot before you get into the old prior node that led to a big move. Got a lot of stuck buyers. So expecting an offer. We did get one. We got one offer yesterday. Today they kind of showed that weakness again, but they're catching this bid at this zone. So now I'm looking at it this way in this leg. They're catching higher highs on this leg, so it's looking strong. They catch rebid here. If they're going to start building in this zone and not be able to make their way down this two single prints, then I'm going to probably lean bullish, and so that's why I'm long now. So that zone really is just this right here, this volume structure. So hope you guys saw that. I don't know if my chart was in full display. Was it? Did you guys see it? Were you guys able to see that? Somebody chat?
now we can see it.
Oh, now you can see it. Okay, yeah. No, this is just look at this volume structure. Big node, lots of buyers in here. Liquidated, first time back. They found an offer here. Very nice, but they held it higher in this zone. So if they're not going to be able to offer it this time after building with two singles, I'm going to take it the other side. So that's just this zone right here, just low volume right before a big node. And anyone who's seen the playbook, that's just, you see how I mark it. It's literally just based off of volume. And that's the long. So holding on. We're at a 50% extension. I'll take one more here and then we'll just drop down to one. I'll break even this and either ES makes the new high first or NQ does. If ES does and they don't get much follow through, I'm gonna flatten it. So I'll keep an eye on that. But also another reason for the longs is ES is high. If anyone's looking at the profile, it's not as convincing for me. So Hope I'm right. I hope Nick's wrong. I hope I'm right.
Well, knowing the way this market works, they're just going to stop me out, maybe make a new high, and then
They're gonna like do a
liquidate.
2 or 3 tick new high and then just go straight down.
Yep. Like not even before where my original stop was. Just tag me out, break even, like 2 ticks, new high, got him, reverse.
It's crazy because we've seen that movie so many times too.
Exactly.
And it plays out the same way.
Here it comes. Take the stop. Jerks. Well, it worked until it didn't.
We're running, we're running. Did it poke a new high? No, right?
No. Pretty dang close though.
Should I take this? I'll take this 50 points or so. I'm good. That will be my trade for the day, for the afternoon. Anyone that looks at
Damn, it
daily
feels good to
candles.
be a gangster.
Oh yeah, I like that soundbite. Should keep that one. That's a good one.
They're not going to
But
leave 3 equal
this
highs on ES, are they?
no way. This continuation daily candle is looking crazy for sure. On NQ, very spicy. How many days is this volume profile? This is a rolling 5 day on the side here. Everything else is a full session, 23 hour. Does a woman at hiking ashy bar the way of Prince give you an extra signal? Yeah, sometimes it does. Just to see it change colors. Yeah, it helps me out. But by then, it's like you can already, if anyone's using like the DOM, you can already see that activity prior to it actually closing a different color and stuff. You're gonna see all that on the DOM, so. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Followed me into battle to the T. Thanks for 35 points. If you followed me into battle, I mean, we got over 50 points. But anyways, feel free to tip 25%, 30%, 35%. Up to you. Up to you. Hey, you guys are hey, okay, everyone's getting paid on that long. The tip jar's right there. I told production to make me a tip tablet visual for the streams. So we'll get that soon. Why rolling for 5 day? Because I also use a 30-day rolling. So I have a 5 day on this. You see a 5 day, but I also use a 30-day rolling as well. So anything outside of a 30-day rolling, I'm probably just gonna wait and let new information come to me. So yeah, you guys getting free signal service, huh? SoCal peeps want tips for every goddamn thing. Yeah, it's true, man. It is true.
Well, there's a new high on ES,
Hmm.
and it is L period. So technically, the dang stats in play.
It's currently in development. POTUS alert.
Oh God.
Tremendous progress. No, I don't trade YM. I don't think Nick does either.
Nope.
Nick either trades the indices or like really obscure shit, like lean hogs.
Exactly.
Are we shorting? No, I'm not doing anything. I've got honestly yesterday made my entire week, and today I'm sitting on a really good morning session too. So this little extra we just got is definitely good enough for me. Unless something really spicy happens, which I don't really anticipate, honestly. As long as we keep chopping around this high node, I'm not sure because they did attempt downside already and they got nothing for it. So
Yeah, you just got stuffed in the face.
two single prints, another high hold. Yeah, I don't want to long it from here. I definitely don't want to short it from here either. I think a short for me would be in play if we actually start trading below prior day close right here. Start building towards VWAP. But that would be a late long, so it would have to move all the way down, show some unrewarded bid. Um, Give me the vibes that they can't pull price up past the 950s anymore, and we'll try to take it down. But that's a
It's
very specific scenario that might not really convey. And gold is just honestly balancing between these two right here. So
it's crazy that ES is basically has undone all of the selling from Thursday and Friday overnight.
completely,
Basically, it's a few points below.
yeah, that's how it goes, right? You know the seller's best.
Yep. Don't bother joining their party because it ends quick. It really has been impossible to hold a short longer than a single session.
I remember during like the peak COVID, after I think when the recovery started, me and my buddies, like we were doing options at the time, and we had this thing where it's like, all right, just let the market open, give the bears maybe like 20 minutes to sell and just buy it. And it just always
Yep.
worked. The open always had like 20 minutes of just straight selling. And
Just
then
panic.
that's it for the rest of the day.
I mean, today's feel like a similar day of that. Had a nice liquidation off the open, and then it's bought, and you can chase it or just hate watch it like Nick did. Oh, I forgot to put on my bear hat. That's why my short came back. That's it.
There it is for the journal.
Yeah, 340 on the offer at 67.80. Do we favor short or long? I mean, I guess I favor playing from the short side more, and that's based on just my own stats. It's not intentional, it's just the way it seems to work out. Perfect example is today's session.
The double single prints was also, I didn't consider it earlier, but it is definitely added confidence for longs. Anyone looking for longs down there? Didn't realize it till now. ES's high looks a little better. Still no zero print though up there, huh? Sweep 67.90, then liquidate. Okay, chat's getting pretty bearish.
Have I thought about inverting my charts so I could go long? Yeah, I've thought about it, trust me. No, like today is a good example. I know where I probably should have flipped long. Like there were
It's
trades. And
impossible to really do that though, because you're in so much. So like you had the high tick coming down there close to your TPs. I think like
Yep.
it's always going to be like in hindsight, yeah, I should have flipped, but who's really going to do that when you've got the high tick, you know?
Yeah, not even that, but it's like I mean, I should have probably exited a little earlier instead of letting it round trip me break even because that was up by 12 plus points. But I was kind of saying like I was at the desk watching around the Euro close and ES was sitting around that like 67 20s kind of spot, and we basically rebid off of the OR, and there was plenty of opportunities for me to long the top edge of the opening range and just take that long. So just little things I need to work on with myself of like, hey, you're sitting there, you're watching it, and for some reason I'm just like hesitant to take it.
It could be like little things that the market's doing that you have like something in your subconscious, some
Mhm.
intuition, some vibes, so we're just like, I don't know about this, you know?
Well, it was like we kind of went up to 40s and like liquidated hard off that back down to 20. And I was like, no, it looks like there's a seller up there. Like, I'm not gonna bother.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get in my head about it.
Honestly, that was valid at the time. That's the V range too.
Yep.
Like that's why I did miss that too in the morning. I was watching NQ, same spot with ES. They were up there and I was like, I don't know, this could offer, it is VWAP. And then they offered it, they held it, and then they chopped again there. And I was like, I don't know about this. So I actually did miss this initial long because of all that. But I just got lucky that the market happened to come back. But I was thinking the same thing you're thinking. I was like, I don't know about this. I would rather just not get involved.
Yeah. Especially after like the slow day that was yesterday and you saw a little bit of violence off the open. And it's like, well,
Mhm.
this is a decent spot that we could reoffer from on the longer time frame as well. So let me take a stab. But no, sellers are worthless, as is tradition.
That was a banger short. I mean, the high tick just didn't get covered.
Yep.
Insane short. That's probably the best short of the day. I'm not sure they'll be able to drag this thing down. Well, yes, yes's high still looks pretty like just like a 45 degree, you know? It's just like a pointy, sharp point. I don't know about it.
I still have so much to learn. It's frustrating. I mean, we're all still learning this. I don't think there's there's a trader out there. If you're really trying to continue to master this craft, like you're always learning, you're
I
constantly
think
learning.
you're only done learning when you're done trading, honestly. The market's ever changing too. It's just a fact of the matter. Yeah, Nil's got it right. It was just a choppy deal in the morning. In hindsight, yeah, the market went up and all that, but at the time, I mean, I was looking at the flow. I was like, I don't know about this. Eventually, just buy side seemed way more urgent, so it happened. But that was like way after.
Although it makes sense though, because we had like 2 weeks of fun playing like two-sided tapes of the VIX
Yeah.
in the low 20s,
We
and
had like
they're like,
150
no,
RVol.
that's enough. That's enough. You guys had all the fun.
Everybody simmer down.
Ask about it again in March.
Yeah, I remember we had that 150 RVol and everything, and it was all good. Now we're sitting at 80. It's all right. Market ain't going anywhere. Caleb, I appreciate that. I do. It was a good long, but I think everybody else had like a low of day long, like the early long before I got to desk,
Yeah.
down in the 660s, 680s. I think everyone was like already long by the time I got to desk, which was I'm long from like the 770s, 780s.
Yeah, that
But
that like 680s long was pretty
yeah,
clean.
that was money off of a good high time frame spot too.
Yeah,
Just
and then
bang.
700s were holding like the retests, and it's like gone after that.
Look at this zone, guys. Off of a taper, 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 taper back down, taper back down. Super clean, easy. But yeah, that was a spot. I mean, if I had a chance, I would have gotten on there too.
Oh, they just don't want to give us any fun for this power hour, do they?
They're like, should we break it down? Actually, no, let's just chop around the node.
Let's give Nick hope that we're going to break it down and then just run it back, and now just chop at the highs.
It's like we thought about it, and then he went on stream, and we don't like that, so we're gonna just pull it back up. ES should make a new high day based on imperial stat. Yep, it is in play. I mean, ES's high profile doesn't really look too resolved, so I do expect the market to poke higher. They're just going to consolidate here until there's no more supply left, or there's just not enough supply, and then they're going to have to buy it higher. That's usually the case. Obviously, nothing's 100%, but it's usually what I notice with the market, especially with the selling that's coming in now. You could even see it on this leg to leg. There's like 410, building up to 150 here, negative delta. If this kind of selling doesn't get rewarded here, that means there's a passive bid that's actually stepping up. And once the sell side liquidity dries up, the bid's going to have to step up with price if they want to get filled. And that will probably drive the market. Guy drinking bleach meme. Or the guy that's like throwing himself off the balcony. Yeah, the XY Nick combo might be the most hated combo because of what we do to the markets.
100%.
It's not our fault, guys. Maybe if you hit the likes like crazy, it'll do something, but that's on you guys. One like, one VIX. Ooh, that wouldn't be a bad deal. Get us like 25 VIX, we'll party.
Mm-hmm. That would be a party.
I'm glad you like it, Caleb. It was pretty difficult to make, so I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I'm glad it's helpful because articulating it and making it like easy to reference back and forth was also a hard thing. Only like in odd numbers, please. Only odd numbers.
I haven't even looked at the likes. How are we doing?
Yeah, I don't
You
know.
guys ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, that's how we're doing. The level setup section was my favorite. Yeah, I made the meme for that. It was the first meme I ever made. It took me like half an hour to figure out how to do it.
You made a meme for your
I
playbook?
did for the playbook. Yeah. It took me quite a while. I was like, all right. How do we make a meme?
This man's too lazy to set up a paid room or anything, paid service for any and all things related to trading, but he'll take 30 minutes to create a
To
meme
figure out how to
for
make a meme.
context.
You know, it is what it is. Yeah, Josh Platinum may or may not be lying. Find out after you guys hit the like. Yeah, maybe I should have just AI'd the meme, like told ChatGPT to do it for me or something.
I mean, some of my best
Dude, I'm like so
early
boomer
memes.
when it comes to like internet computer stuff. It's insane.
Yeah, one of my favorite parts of like 2023, 2024 markets was just making Janet Yellen memes with AI. Because it made me laugh more than anything.
Yeah, sometimes like when the new phone comes out, new iPhone, everyone be like, "Oh, it does this, it does this. It's so cool. It can do this and that." And then my first thought is like, "Well, then that means I have to figure out how to do it, and I might as well not upgrade. I'm just stick with mine because I'm not going to figure out how to do it." XY has the same opinion as me. Customer service sucks and won't make a room. Yeah.
Thanks, Caleb. More to come. I know that was just like a very brief chapter one. So we'll dive into more stuff in my world soon enough.
Josh. Well, a lot of selling just came through and didn't get what they wanted, so looks like it's upwards.
Or zero. I mean, that's possible,
No
right?
in between.
No in between. That's all I ever want.
Upwards or zero.
And the market's always just like best I can do is just chop.
Every trade the close stream. Hey, best I can do. 30 points, best I can do. Man, dude, good morning. I mean, good afternoon. I can see 67.92. Pause. Pause. Well, I mean, they're definitely not going down, so certainly possible.
Yeah, going down is illegal. Well, it's not illegal. Going
Well,
down for more than
as
one
soon as you hopped
session in
on
a row.
stream, it became illegal.
Yes. They started building volume down as soon as I showed that I was in a profitable trade.
They're like, no, no, no. Where's his entry? We got to get back up there. All of Nick's trades are deemed illegal if they are on stream.
Have you guys trained yourself to sit on your hands calmly watching trending trade? A lot of pain trying to continue to overtrade. That's usually what teaches it to you. Like you don't need to be in every single move is probably the one of the longest things it took me to really learn. Like you don't need to trade Globex because the market's open. You don't need to always have a position on. And I hate this trope, but flat is not necessarily always a position. But my logic with that is just I don't need to trade 24 hours a day. Like I can wait for the right setup and then call it a day in 20 minutes, in 10 minutes, and then go on with my life. And that's, I think, more important. The autonomy is worth more than potentially the incremental dollar amounts that I could be making by continuing to try to trade.
Yeah, just because the market's wiggling around doesn't mean you've got to engage. A lot of times, even if you're in a profitable trade, just the way the market is moving, it's still painful. It's just a painful trade. So eventually you do get a good idea of like what a favorable environment looks like for you for your own trading. And when it doesn't really have those key components, just what's the hurry, right? What's the hurry to make green P&L? The market isn't going anywhere. So missing edge opportunities 2 days in a row, watching the market going up without me. Yeah, you can always refine, that part of your entry process so you don't miss it. Or what's also possible is you're missing it because it's not demonstrating the key signatures that you like to see to get in the market, which is also okay. That pretty much means it's not your trade. And, if that's going to be the case, that's the best thing you can do because, good trades can fail too. Bad trades can work. You never really know. It's always going to be some sort of coin flip, but there could be something preventing you from getting in that isn't just like a fear component, right? Or you not executing properly. There could be something that's happening, whether it's through the current order flow or this or that, that's keeping you out of it. And maybe it's meant to be adhered to. So something to drill deeper in. Don't be like so results oriented or results based in the trading where it's like every trade is a result that needs to be addressed, that needs uh, action being taken. It could be as simple as there was something in there that you didn't like, and hey, that means you don't like it. Trend days are not easy. So people will always think they're easy because it's like survivorship bias, right? Everyone who made plenty on the trend day is going to post about their P&L, and it makes people think, oh, it is this easy. But amongst all of that is like a big graveyard full of people who got washed on the trend day because trend days are not easy. They do require a lot of conviction in holding. I mean, you see this grind, right? It is going higher, but how painful is this hold? And the way I see it is, do I want to be in a painful hold like this, or can I just wait for a more suitable market condition where I can make the same amount of points in 1/3 of the time, right? And that's a lot more of a sustainable approach for me, but it takes time to recognize those things. Everyone's different. Some people love this, some people hate it. You're not comfortable getting long after we're trending above IB high. That's totally fine. It probably keeps you out of a ton of trouble, right? It's not that often that we trend like this and you just keep going and chopping all the way through. Trend days are not as common as otherwise. So just because a trend day pops up and you feel bad because you didn't capitalize, it's not as bad as you think because they're not as common. So just let it go, right? If you have a hard time navigating it, you could just let it go and then interact with the other environments that you're better suited for. Do you have some tips how to identify if it's a trend chopping back and forth? Yeah. Well, everyone's got their own thing, right? But what you can do is just refer to your key levels too, right? So for me today, this is a huge reference for me. We're trading back above. Yeah, we did get that offer on the spot, but first time back, generally it's going to offer. It's a pretty nasty one. A lot of liquidity stuck up here, right? But they held this again. So as the market made a new leg, double bottom, came up, and it's just making legs higher and higher. It's making another higher leg. And if that's going to be the case, and they're going to build through, like this is them chewing through supply. You see chop like this, you see a volume build like this because there is supply here, but the buying is chewing through it. And if it gets through and you see buying still on the tape, it's just still willing in the market, then you could expect a trend day until it stops, right? So that's my thing. It's based off of levels too. Like where are we coming from? Very key. And everyone's gonna have a different thing. It could be as simple as following an EMA, right? So if I'm looking at the 9 EMA on the 5 minute, ever since we built above it and held it the first time, it trended ever since. Never went below to the 20 EMA even, and it's just trending, trending, trending the whole time until it made the current high of day on NQ. So squiggly lines can help you. Yeah, you just got to find the inputs that speak to you and actually listen to them. If you have inputs on your chart, which is like all kinds of things, indicators, this, that, and you don't really listen to it, you should just delete it. It's just noise. What's more important, structure or EMA relevance? Structure is always the most important. Easily. Yeah, Josh, those are good days. Everyone wins on those days. Everyone's happy. There is NQ's high. Yes, it's still working, but yeah, mind the profile. Is Nick short? I don't know. It looks like he's flat.
No, I'm flat. Just
Useless
watching this.
718. I'm glad you learned. Leo, what is that, like a 500 point long? What we get on that? $400. Is that a new record? 400 points. That's insane. Well, now that Leo's gotten the 400, you guys know what the deal is. He's gonna buy .com for painting the tape.
Is he?
That's what he said.
I'm pretty sure out of spite, he just doesn't want to change it anymore. He in the chat? Oh yeah, he is.
1,200 point runner. Sheesh.
1,200 points. My goodness.
No end in sight so far. Every sell attempt. Yeah, what is that? Shap cap 33. Yeah, it's always important to see who's putting in an effort where and what are they getting for it, especially on a day that's one directional. I don't want to say easy money. It's probably against some terms and it would land all of us in hot water and in jail, but
In
we'll
jail.
say an efficient way to do it is if the market is one directional, look for the side that's not getting progress, which today would be sell side. Look for them to really step in to initiate, to show urgency and wait until the market demonstrates that they are not going to get what they want. And you do it until the wheels fall off. You could have been doing that like all day almost, right? They've been stepping in a lot and just not getting what they want. And it's kind of like, okay, these two sports teams have played against each other for 20 games straight, and one team has not won a single game. If you had to take a bet, you're probably going to bet on the other team. So that's pretty much how it should be. I have issues with the law. Yeah. I'm a renegade. I like to go rogue. Sometimes I'll go rogue on stream. They haven't fired me yet.
There's still time.
There's still time. Well, Shab Cap could be a lot of things. Um, it doesn't always have to be, sellers doing something dumb. It could simply be someone wanting to exit a position, right? They're happy to sell at this price. But then that's when you can actually note that if someone is looking to exit aggressively like this, like they really want to offload, the fact that it's not moving also demonstrates that there is a willing bid in the market. And if there is this much buy interest this high, it begs the question, what happens then if there's this much demand and the supply runs out, right? That means they got to just buy even higher and higher and higher. And if they don't run into further supply, it's just going to keep ripping and running until they finally do. So that was the context pretty much we were working with at this specific spot here. I don't have a monthly VWAP, but what price is that? 25093. Oh, I mean, yeah, we're pretty much there. High, I don't think it's a high day yet. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 10 ticks of incomplete prints. So they're probably going to poke another high and grab it. ES also, I don't think it's the high. And before you know it, it will be the algo.
Are we already algo? God, we already are. What do you know?
This is what they gave us. This is what they gave us for Power Hour. 100 of the grindiest points there ever was.
Yeah, it really was. I didn't really get a good outside of just like structure for the day and seeing sellers unable to take us lower. I didn't see anything that really made me want to jump in long. I mean, yes. Yeah, you could have, there was something on ES you probably could have jumped in with. And Q was just making me nervous up there.
$211 likes. Oh man, we're not going home. We're not going home, guys. Guys, you gotta pump it up so we can leave. You guys don't want Jim to send his goons on you. Look at this melt. Gold stopped doing anything at all, too. Well, this is interesting. I'll probably mark this as a reference. Nice little swing, failed. That failed attempt, long. Jim is too nice to have goons. Hmm. Does my playbook have my profile settings? Profile, like volume profile or delta profile? There, I don't have I don't have a standard delta profile setting. It's really dependent on the range of the day. So, earlier it's on this. I think I'm on 12 ticks here, but if I had to trade this range, gosh, I'd probably still leave here, but I could go up to like 16 ticks at this point and make it bigger. So it's always, I want to fit the day's range in my chart so I don't get lost in the sauce. So for gold, I could probably expand this out. I think I have it at 6. I could probably go to 8 right now so that, that's just how I do it. It's nothing super calculated. The brain's too small for that. Yeah, see, look, they're called cousins. Sicilians have a lot of them. I'm telling you, Jim's not to be fucked with, guys. I'm telling you. He's the man.
Oh,
How many likes are we at? So Caleb, if you got burner accounts, log into all of them and like it.
247.
Jim definitely seems mobbed up. Well, this is an acceptable high for ES now, finally. They're going to start working their way down when it's way too late for Nick to enter into a trade.
This is very true.
Tale as old as time. Is anyone still in a long? I mean, I'm assuming nobody's in a short. I hope not. Is anyone still holding a long or something?
Probably just Leo with his 700-point runner or whatever.
Oh, he covered it. He said he
Oh,
covered
he
it.
covered.
Long from 24.94. Wow.
Wow. Nice trade.
It's a ballsy long, but well, you're either long or you're losing money. So
Feel like that's been the theme
long or
post
wrong.
Euro close.
Yeah, literally, yeah. As soon as you're close, long or wrong. I wish I would have held that long NQ. Yeah, I'm sure that's a popular sentiment right now.
I mean, yeah, I think I was long from the 23,900 and change on Friday. Wish I was still holding that. Just
Were you considering swinging that?
no. But I guess I just come to realize I have no faith in sellers doing anything outside of a single session. So,
They always get like, their little 15 minutes of fame, and then they just drop the ball again.
yep, every time.
Or they'll do it during the last like 10 to 5 minutes of a trend day up. Just everyone cover, everyone get
Exactly.
flat, the market goes down, sell out of your longs.
They can't handle the bright lights. That is very true. They're not quite ready for game time.
They don't have the clutch gene in them, huh? Sellers are
They
just
ca-
not
they
clutch.
they can't finish the drill. Never.
I longed on breaking a new high and just held through. Yeah. Days like these, that is a very profitable strategy for sure. And it's one of those like you could just keep doing it till it stops working. No harm, no foul.
Well, yeah, 4 minutes till algo. They're probably just gonna send it, aren't they?
They're gonna they're gonna give ES a 50-point insta dump just to make you
Just to make me
cry.
mad.
The market's rude, man. What can I say? I mean, you're absolutely right. Oh, they're still going higher. Cool. No taper. It's crazy that we've already gotten like over 100-point range for this stream, but it feels just like the other ones where we get 20.
This is very true.
Feels just
It
the
doesn't
same.
really seem like we did anything, to be honest.
Wonder if people start selling out of the longs after the algo.
Never. Generational lows down there at
Yeah,
25K.
this is it. Oh man.
Give them to
Right
your
under
kids.
24K. Last time you'll ever see 23K ever again. Spider, thanks for hanging out. Hit the likes on your way out, man. Happy Thanksgiving. 10 seconds.
Attention traders, it's algo time.
It's good timing there, Neil.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Nice little
Oh, they
punch
skipped
for
quite
no
a bit.
reason.
Literally skipped some prices.
Yep.
They'll come back.
I said generational dip down there.
Never will you see the 23Ks trade again.
And I think with this little push to 90s here, ES has just unwound all of Thursday. So we are so back. My goodness. And it may not matter because nobody, I don't know who's at the desk this week even.
We're doing the close together tomorrow again, right?
Yep. Yeah, I'm doing double duty. I think Salma and I are joining you and Leo halfway through tomorrow morning too.
Oh, for midday?
Yep.
Yes, it's my world and you're all just living in it.
Yeah, this tomorrow will be my 10th day in a row streaming.
That's crazy.
They haven't even let me eat yet since I got back. Jim hasn't let me leave the basement.
They should probably feed you one of these days.
I would say so. I would say so. Just like a one plate of Panda Express. I'm not asking for much. Water fast, yeah. Did you get rid of that ghost in your house?
Yeah,
That was fast.
Ghost is gone.
Yeah, I'm so sick of gin and lemon. You gotta help me. Market just won't stop. Oh, it's gonna close the last single print up here. Yeah, it's the last one. Ooh. See you, Alex.
Still going.
Hmm. It's crazy because that high, that was so contentious where they tried to sell and it was still high a day, you'd be like, oh, I'm not gonna long. This is the high. Well, it's 100 points after the fact now.
Yeah, exactly.
Just in the worst way possible.
I'll never learn, apparently.
Probably not worth learning. Longing this. You guys ever trade futures right till 5 Eastern? Absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not. I think you're definitely you're definitely miserable if you're doing that. You cannot be happy while doing that on a regular basis. Well, I don't know. Look, let's see if he's in here. Is Dio Killer in here? It's like summoning a demon. Are you here? Yeah, maybe. Oh, there he is. Now tell us, do you trade until 5 Eastern? I'm actually, it is astounding that he's here every time. Thanks, Frank. Yeah, yesterday and today have been nice. Yesterday was really, really, really nice for me. So I'm definitely taking it lighter today, tomorrow. But we had good trades today for sure. Market blessed us again. How long did it take me to crack the markets? I don't even know. I think by end of year one, I felt like I had a good grasp. But every year after that, it was like you thought you knew, but you didn't know shit. And then the year after, it's
Exactly.
like you thought you knew, but you knew nothing. And then uh, I've just been lucky to have good results throughout the years, but it's because of risk management. I'm telling you guys, if you are on top of your risk management, you will do great. It could be so simple. It really could. Easier said than done, but doesn't make it any less true. Deal was the goals all along. Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Thanks, Austin. Oh my God. Good job, you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
How about that little push at algo time, man? That was crazy.
Yeah.
I know. Didn't give us much to work with, but yeah,
Market
it
on
was the wish.
close. That's a good sign for tomorrow.
We will see in the morning early.
Yeah, that was not short covering. That was something else.
Don't lie, you were on the bed. Chad already knows.
I don't know. We might give away all of the algo time gains right now.
It looks like it, actually. Pretty strong move for today.
Yeah.
500-point range. So they pretty much reclaimed the entire down move in two 500-point ranges.
Yeah. Yeah. We did, the micro Nazi did over 2 million contracts today. Micro ES 1.4 million. Classic ES 1.4 million. There was some trading going on today.
Yeah, I mean, they're pushing it all day. They've just moved this thing.
February
All-
gold, 407,000 in the micros.
Everyone's getting their last minute trading out of the day before the holidays.
Yep.
Aren't you guys are back tomorrow, right?
Yep.
I'm
we're
putting
here.
in 10 days in a row, Jim.
10
Want to
days
give
in
me
a
some
row.
alone. You got to let me see my family at some point.
Dude, I didn't get to 10 in a row on blackjack this time. I got to 3 in a row. That was the most.
Sounds like that's why I play Bach. It's easier to get a couple in a row over there.
I was scared to go in that room.
It's just a pit. It's not a. Oh, maybe at Aria. Yeah, it's higher limits, and you see a lot more Asians that probably don't speak English.
Well, the big sign is intimidating. I mean, it's all there is to it.
Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah, it used to be that way until I actually started playing. I was like, yeah, it's just like anything else. You can just sit down and chill, really.
We need a way better sports book in there, though. It's too small.
Aria?
Yeah.
Actually, I haven't seen their sports book. I haven't been there much. I've only
No.
been there twice since to eat carbone, so which is really expensive for what it is, I would have to say.
I didn't eat there.
That's
There
not
we
too much of
go.
a loss.
It's the bell. Well, now we're still settled back down a little bit there. Interesting. Well, great day today, guys. You guys did awesome as usual. The likes were pretty good. We're tracking over about 60% of the views, which was pretty good.
What are we at right now?
So I was afraid you're going to ask that. I lost my window behind my window, so
That's
I'll tell you.
cool.
Maybe
I'll
there,
assume
I
it's
got
like
it. I got it.
1200.
I got it. Whoops. We are at 281.
Well, if you didn't pull it up, I could have just said we were at 1200 or something.
280. Now it's 280. Someone took their like away.
Why would you guys do that?
284. There we go. Thank you, everybody. 289.
Thanks, guys.
We should just do this. Forget about the trading.
Yeah, just watch the
289.
tape.
Do I hear
Watch the like
290?
tape.
Anyway, thank you everybody for participating today. Best community there is for sure. Tomorrow, Wednesday, day before Thanksgiving, we are not going to rest on our laurels. Is that the word? We're not going to rest on our laurels. We have Jason Pollard, special guest in the morning. You follow him, Oil Mutt with 2 T's on X. Tape Talk, fan favorite, Pax is with me tomorrow morning. Can't wait for that. Trade the Open, XYZ, our very own XYZ, and Leo are going to kick things off. Midday mark. Wait a second. Did this change? Midday markets. I have Selma and Nick. I thought for a minute there I saw a foursome brewing, but it's not there anymore. Then trade the close. XYZ's back with Nick. Tomorrow afternoon.
Sure am.
Plenty of us tomorrow.
Wow.
So get all your trading done before we hop on, because
Oh,
well,
yeah.
you see what it
My
is.
goodness.
I bet Wednesday afternoon is going to be something. I wouldn't rule it out. I know a
Well,
lot
if
of
you
folks
say
are,
so.
You probably just jinxed us, Jim, but we'll see.
I think if Jim says so, Jim's calls are 10-10.
I
He
don't
does
know.
not
I just
miss.
have a feeling. I mean, and then we got, Leo loves Black Friday morning for some reason.
You guys see Cooper's comment?
What do you say?
He said Sunday show. We got, you guessed it, XYZ. No, absolutely not.
Awesome, man. All right. Well, thank you guys. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody in the chat for being with us. Appreciate everybody listening from wherever you are for being with us. We had a great day. We're going to have another great day tomorrow. In the meantime, most important message of the day, please be safe out there and be good to each other. We will see you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Peace, chat.